Hi guys. This is the new way of opening final demos. I just watched Leonardo DiCaprio at the Cannes Film Festival, and this is how he presents themselves to the rest of the world. So I thought, why not do the same? This trendy opening of not just demos, but about anything. You just see the baseball cap all the time. Not really, guys. I'm just joking, but I thought I would give you an intro like a real American celebrity would. And now let me switch back to my humble European presenter mode that is slightly boring, will be exhausting, and at the end, all of us will be happy to have survived this busy afternoon full of innovation, demos, technology, return on investment, and healthcare, MedTech, data, you name it, we have it, and you have it in you. So welcome everybody to the final demo of Caelestinus 2025. I'm Thomas. Some of you have just seen me in Orlando, and the rest of you just online. We are real, we are not pixels, we are not machines yet, but in the future, we were wondering how to authenticate yourself when you are pitching online. And we had a nice conversation with Evgeny, and my suggestion was to, say something politically incorrect or deeply concerning or vulgar. So we are going to have real good time in the future, and the machines will end up just blah, 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 some boring mainstream stuff. So there is a future even for us in real pitching. Don't be afraid. And you just survived my intro. So I hope some of you laughed. Some of you sued me, but that's life. But I'm sure all of you just can't wait to go online and demo what you have been building over the past 4 months. So Celestini, I've just seen some of you in Orlando, and I can't wait to see the rest of you. Give me your pitch, give me your ask, because yes, dollars are watching the demo, as you know, and give me your vision for a better world, for humans who suffer less, and you give them the opportunity to do good and do it well, as you have been doing over the past 4 months in Caelestinus incubation. So there is 19 of you today who will demo. So we had 95 applicants. We invited 23 teams 4 months ago to join Caelestinus, and 19 have persisted, have survived to dazzle us at the final demo. And you may be wondering, where are my slides? Of course, I will give you some slides so that they help me structure my opening. Only the host can share in this meeting. OMG, I'm not the host. Yes, it's true. So let me ask Peter to share some of the slides, which will give you a sense of agenda and direction. And before we have the slides, let me invite Evgeny, my friend Evgeny, co-founder of this incubator of Caelestinus. Yes, it happened over four years ago, a long time. It's history. No one was using ChatGPT at that time. So Evgeny, please.
Thank you, Tomasz. Yes, 4 years ago we started Caelestinus Digital Health Incubator, and that was one of the ideas. Was like, hey, Tomasz, we want to live longer and be healthier until like 100 years? I'm just kidding. Actually, we're just keen of innovation in digital health and biotech, and so we wanted to. We love supporting innovation in healthcare and just wanna do it forever. Actually, yeah. But to be honest, it's amazing. Also, how to see how fast how the time goes fast, and actually it's a final day of for Caelestinus. So 4 months went very fast, and So first of all, I hope that it was useful for you, dear Caelestinus, so that these 4 months helped at least a little to move your innovation further. And I want to say thanks to the partners that made it possible, made Caelestinus 2025 possible. It's ICAM, Asuta Ashdod, Hive Bio, Faculty Немочница Hradec Králové, AWS, and Novartis. Also, a lot of thanks to Caelestinus team that worked hard all these 4 months, including Tomasz, Piotr, Vita, Irina, and thanks to all the experts who led the workshops, and I'm sure that was important to and useful to all the Caelestini. And on behalf of InterSystems, I also hope that you get to know our company and technology a little bit better, and at least you know how it can be possibly useful in your innovation. So this is it, and I also really excited that this year we made Caelestinus to help you guys, like 20 plus companies, know each other and maybe exchange your experience, exchange your innovation, maybe find some collaborations, and also made your innovation in digital health closer to reality. This is why we are doing all this. So Tomasz, this is what I wanted to share with the audience, and yes, I'm also keen to listen to you guys. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny, for your fine words. Of course, no one likes long introductions because all of you want to get in the middle of the startup and innovation storm that's ahead of us. It will be almost 4 hours in total. So it's going to be pretty long. So try to do your best. Each of you will have 5 minutes for pitching, and 5 minutes there'll be space for questions. So it's important to really stick to 10 minutes, otherwise we will not be able to finish in any reasonable amount of time, and we still want to be back home for dinner, or you for lunch, or maybe some of you even for breakfast, depending on the time zone that you are taking part from, because it's global, it's international, it's from US, Europe, Southeast Asia. So we go round the clock, around the globe, and I prepared some slides. Well, not me. It was Peter that does all the work. He makes all the strings go up and down in the right time. So let me share some slides with you. Yeah, guys. So look, Caelestinus, I hope you can see the slides. Actually, some of you were wondering what chairs are these. Yes, it's kind of Mozart-style chairs that we do have in the office next door in Prague. So when you come to our Caelestinus headquarters, that's where all the magic, all the online stuff and workshops and meetings and activities that happen online, this is the back office. So this is the back office chair. And also we have a small co-working space. So next time you come, please make sure to be sitting in one of those Mozart chairs that come from about the same time. As Evgeny thanks our partners, again, I'd like to thank Evgeny and InterSystems guys, because they have been doing an amazing job, and you agree with me probably that they have been great support. Whatever you ask them, supporting you in terms of technology and mentorship or advice or making connections happen. This is just a slide to give you an idea how many partners continue to join us and support you as our incubees. If there are any other partners around the world, hospitals, investment funds, any enablers, academic institutions, incubators, accelerators, please send them our way so that we can include them on our growing list of partners. As I told you, you made it. Only 4 teams quit during the past 4 months, which is the number of teams that don't make it keeps us smaller and smaller. And so I'm sure that next year, everybody that joins finally will get the chance to demo. As I told you, now what's ahead of us will be the pitching time, the pitching marathon. You have 5 minutes for the pitch itself, and 5 minutes there'll be Q&As from investors, from InterSystems, from all those that will be your audience today. So make sure you leave enough time. As we have no timer that will run somewhere in our broadcast, Peter or I will inform you that you have just 1 last minute in your pitch. So 4 minutes into your pitch, we will give you a vocal cue, 1 last minute to go, 1 last minute or 60 seconds, or any way to warn you that the end of the pitch is coming. So make sure you are on time so that you have enough time to deliver your call to action, your closing statement, as you have always done. The way to ask questions is via Slido. You don't need to go to slido.com. The Slido with appropriate hashtag is embedded on Caelestinus website. So if you go to caelestinus.tech, the Slido part is just under our streaming window. So this whole thing is being streamed on Caelestinus.tech website. So you can send it around, send it to whoever you want to watch you perform, to watch you demo, and make sure that they scroll down for the questions. Or alternatively, you can scan the QR code or insert the hashtag 2293335 on slido.com. Isn't life wonderful? Just insert the hashtag and you can ask questions. Amazing. This is the agenda. So we will have 2 breaks in the middle, and we are starting with first 6 of you, 6 Celestini, then there'll be a break at 3:10. All those times are in Central European time. If you happen to be on Eastern time in the US or elsewhere, just subtract or add. This is the CET times. And it looks then 6, so it's really in 4 hours, all should be over, and we should go and rest for a few minutes before either joining the after party in Prague, get a jet. I gather that they are now manufacturing a jet that can go 6 times the speed of sound or something like that. You might make it from wherever for the 7 p.m. after party. And of course, you'll be celebrating online to get ready for tomorrow, because the work never starts. The good work that you do really well never stops. We've got Yevgeny, and finally, it will be the pitching time. So let me, okay, I don't know how I turn this off like this. Let me get back to the broadcast. And okay, excellent. And stop share. Is it right? Right, guys. So, okay. So we that's been the intro. Very easy. Thank you for listening. I hope it wasn't too bad. It was 15 minutes in total, so we are quite on time for the first pitch, which will be hopefully Alfonso. I can see him in the participant list, Alfonso. So it's your time to shine now from Sincrolab. So Alfonso might be tuning in from Spain, and the stage is yours. 5 minutes for your 5-minute pitch. So are you ready?
1 minute, 1 second. I'm ready. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So, well, I'm Alfonso. I'm the co-founder of Sincrolab. The other co-founder is Ignacio de Ramon. We are Sincrolab, a digital pharma developing cognitive treatments, digital cognitive treatments for ADHD, mild cognitive impairment, or other cognitive diseases. Why we started Sincrolab? Well, what we see, or what we saw, is that there is a huge problem with brain health access. Because of economics, it's very expensive. Current treatments have a huge side effect, and it also takes a lot of time and energy to treat this kind of diseases. It also, there is a lot of people undertreated. For example, for our first prescription, which is ADHD, we can see that at least 58% of the population is not treated properly. So what we did is to develop a digital treatment, which is basically an AI-powered digital tool under prescription. It's personalized through the artificial intelligence. It's evidence-based. We have clinical trials. We have 3 papers and a class C CE mark class 2A for our ADHD treatment. We have no side effects, and it's also cost efficient. We also have other prescription in our pipeline, although the platform is already developed. We have to validate it for regulatory purposes in other prescriptions, such as adults ADHD, stroke, or mild cognitive impairment. Why now? Well, as we have seen, the demand for mental health has been increasing a lot. Also, the local regulation, now you can see that there is a lot of digital treatments being prescribed from the DIGA, for example, in Germany, PECAN in France, or FDA. Our platform is a video game, basically, which is powered by AI engine with a web platform where the prescriptor or the doctor or the professional can see the results and also adapt the treatment. So as we have seen, as I already told you, we have a lot of clinical evidence. That's what we got to get the CE mark class 2A for our ADHD for kids. We have more engagement than the current treatments. We have been 10 years developing the tool. I think we are the first only software-based for mental health software in Europe obtaining the class 2A CE mark, which allows us not only to go B2C, as we have been doing, but also address B2B clients such as hospitals, insurance company, or pharma companies. As I said, the huge part is the regulation and our evidence brought by the clinical trials we have done. We have been growing 120% in 2024, and we keep this path for the future. Our projection is to end with around 1,500 patients, and we are looking for funds in order to develop our tool to other prescriptions, or to validate our tool for other prescription, and also for internationalization. We have an experienced team in AI and science and industry. Also, we have a board, a scientific board with first top doctors here in Spain. We are looking for 3 millions. We have already closed 2 millions. We are looking for 2 tickets of 100K each one. So very happy to talk to you if you think it will be interesting for you. And that's it. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso, for a great pitch. Yes, indeed, there are questions. So first, have you obtained FDA certification?
No, we are on it, but that's another war, I think. But although with the quality standards that the European has, well, we will be soon there. I suppose that by the end of 2026, we want to start the process. We also have clients. Our scientific officer is there, and we also have some investors, but we don't have the FDA yet.
Fine. As a digital therapeutics, what is the most significant learning that you take from the go-to-market failure of Endeavor RX from Akili Interactive?
Yes, we know very well the case. First of all, what we thought is that the intended use for the FDA access, it was aimed to a psychiatrist, while most of these cognitive treatments are treated by psychologists. I think that's the main failure that Endeavor X did. Yeah. And that's the key, because in the end, if you are going to prescribe this kind of tools, it's going to be prescribed by psychologists, not by psychiatrists.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact,
so
we know very well the case because our CSO was working before in Akili.
Right. Another question: if ADHD is curable, so what does that mean?
Well, yes. Well, you have to. In the end, no, it's not curable, but you can improve the symptoms through, for example, in the case of current drugs, it's a switch on, switch off. If you take the drug, you have less symptoms, although you have side effects. If you don't, you have the symptoms. In our case, what we do is we somehow rewire the brain connections, so the results you can see it in the improvements, you can see it in real life, but in the end, you are going to have ADHD your whole life.
Right, let me check the Slido. If you want to ask a question, make sure to type it in under our screen window on Caelestinus.tech website, or you can use Slido directly. The hashtag is 2293335.
Alfonso, may I have a question? So if I understood properly, so you help with diagnosed ADHD, but do you provide diagnosing services as well?
Well, we have a tool that we use for diagnose. In the future, we will develop another one for to improve the current diagnose. But right now, our tool is basically a treatment, and we have an agreement with another company for the diagnose. In the future, we will develop a very good tool for diagnose, but we are developing it right now.
Thank you. And another question, I'm curious, how bad is the situation from like a global population? Is it like growing? So how
it is
where
growing.
we are?
It is growing. It is estimated, although there are very few data, that is around 6%, 7% in kids, a little bit less in adults with HTSD. And the more we diagnose, the more we see that it's very prevalent. So in fact, we started with ADSD because it's the most extended cognitive impairment in kids.
Okay.
So there is Yeah, one last question. Where have you published the efficacy of your tool?
Well, the last one was in Nature and also in Brain Health. And the first one I don't remember yet. But yeah, the last one in Nature.
Right. So, Alfonso, thank you again for opening our final demo session. Thanks again for a great pitch. And it will be now time for OncoFlow. OncoFlow, so I can already see the screen which has been shared. And do we have Mariam on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello, Mariam. We can't wait for your 5-minute pitch. So if you're ready, go ahead.
Absolutely, thanks, Thomas. So OncoFlow is an AI co-pilot for cancer care. And let me see if my screen okay. So myself here today, I'm the CEO and co-founder, and Aruni is the Chief Medical Officer. He's a doctor of arts currently on a lot of boards. So we've got a strong scientific backing, also alongside a board of advisory of clinical leads across the UK and beyond, and have also been part of a couple of accelerators, Caelestinus included, a couple in the UK, mostly affiliated with the UK government or venture capital. So the problem we're trying to tackle through OncoFlow is the immense spend on healthcare. Now, these statistics are just US specific, but kind of extrapolating this to Europe, UK, and beyond, obviously things add up. Broadly, what we're trying to address is the 1 trillion spent on healthcare admin, increasing patient volumes, decreasing staff, and the rate at which medical knowledge basically doubles. Kind of compounding all of this, you have a problem that is the size of Mount Everest or bigger. And so what we're trying to do is we've created a clinical intelligence layer, which is basically a plug-in tool that can be that sits on top of your EHR between the clinician UI and the back end of the data where the data is stored. And it performs all of these functionalities all the way from a chatbot to ambient AI to automation for US specifically, right, or private, data analytics and beyond. So to give you a brief demo, I wasn't brave enough for a live demo, but basically to give you a demo, you have a dashboard and then all the other functionalities in a simple interface where you can either upload data or you can retrieve it directly from the EHR. And this is kind of where the partnership with InterSystems becomes so important. And you get an instant kind of summarization of all the key clinical points. Any additional questions you can instantly ask the AI chatbot. Alternatively, you can ask it to create letters for you, right? To draft up a SOAP note, to draft up the insurance letter, to draft up prior authorization, discharge summaries, etc. You can also transcribe patient clinician interactions and access things like cohort analytics to see at similar patients in your own clinic. So not dwelling too much on the demo itself, to talk a bit about us, what we had going into the accelerator. So we started last year in March. We partnered with Barts Health NHS Trust, the biggest hospital in London, to access over 1 million patient data points, which is a very unique element of our positioning. We were then accepted onto the AI airlock pilot, which with the MHRA, with the UK government, which is the UK equivalent of the US FDA, the EMA. We were only four companies out of 300 selected to partake in this. Alongside them, we validated, refined, de-risked our AI, and we were finally ready for launch in February. So what happened next? What happened since we joined the accelerator? We ran our first clinical pilot with Portsmouth University NHS Trust a couple of weeks ago, and we got incredible data. So we used to claim that, we can produce time and cost savings, but this is actual real-world data we obtained, and I think it was shocking that for a single specialty, breast cancer, and a single trust, we could save up to 100,000 per year, with a cumulative amount of 400 hours a year for a single trust, for a single site. Now, alongside that, we also partnered with Newton's Tree, which is a vendor platform for AI medical devices, secured a letter of intent from HCA, the biggest cancer service provider, private provider in the UK, and have another additional sites in India, as well as an upcoming pilot tomorrow with Manchester, which is the biggest breast cancer unit in the UK. Now, in terms of next steps, we've already secured an offer of £270,000, and we're looking to secure an additional 630 essentially pounds for a total raise of 900,000, which should provide us with the runway of 18 months to complete our essentially some final engineering works, validate the product, get really high quality data, already running pilots, but to complete some remaining ones, and to essentially scale, secure first contracts, become revenue generating, and essentially prepare us for Series A. So this brings me to the end. Hopefully I have kept to the time limits. I'm now open to any questions, and yeah, happy to take it from here.
Thank you, Mariam. That was great timing. Thanks for your smooth and flowy presentation. It's very smooth. So it's question time again. Let me check the Slido. I think we have at least one question. Is it a co-pilot for clinicians or for patients?
So absolutely not for patients, it's for clinicians. The reason that's very important is because it prevents us from going into that higher classification of medical devices. So currently in the UK, we're registered as a Class 1 medical device. We've spoken already to a partner hospital in the US, and they confirmed that we do not need to seek FDA approval because of our unique use case, whereby it's the healthcare professionals interacting with it. Therefore, it's the healthcare professionals acting as the human in the loop, which can confirm the ultimate diagnosis, treatment planning, etc., whatever the co-pilot provides. So it's absolutely for healthcare professionals.
Do you support any type of cancer flow?
Yes, absolutely. So we started with breast cancer, and there was a reasoning behind that. Breast cancer is the most burdened cancer type in the UK, but kind of looking beyond as well. They are faced with the highest volumes of patients going through them on a weekly basis, and therefore we decided to tackle that because the imminent cost and time savings would be the greatest there. And so if we can demonstrate a proof of concept with the most overburdened cancer flow, so to speak, then we could easily take it from there to other cancer types. And we've already started engagement with lung, prostate, colorectal teams as well.
So what is the current willingness of clinicians and physicians to adopt a solution like yours? Maybe a good question could be, what do they say when they say we can't adopt this? What's the reason why they can't do it for some reason?
So yeah, a great question. The usual bottleneck with adoption is IT integration, is actually getting the system onto, let's say, Epic, Cerner, whatever electronic health record it is that the hospital is using. And so to circumvent that, we have actually come up with alternative solutions whereby we can host it on a separate dedicated AWS environment, and the clinicians can interact with it by simply sending through the anonymized data directly to us. We process it. We've already established that use case actually with Portsmouth, with Manchester. We have that happening tomorrow. And we are currently actually in discussions with university hospitals, Hradec Králové in the Czech Republic, which we connected with via Caelestinus, who are very positive about also using this in a similar way without kind of needing extensive EHR integration. And actually, this approach has progressed our discussions and our implementation, taking it to the next level compared to if we had taken the typical route of EHR integration. Evgeny,
yeah,
you can see hands up.
Thank you. Great presentation, Mariam. Could you please share what is the expected outcome of this MHRA AI cohort participation? Yeah. So what participation?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were part of the cohort from November last year to February, March this year. The goal of the program itself was to build out the new framework for AI medical devices, the regulatory guidance for innovative AI medical devices. The goal for the MHRA, as one of the partners, was to use these 4 companies, ourselves included, as real-world use cases of real innovative products, of how they would perform, how to best regulate them. And for ourselves at OncoFlow, the goal was to collaborate directly with a regulator, get their regulatory advice, get their kind of what they think we should do, kind of how to best validate this, how to de-risk it, how to conduct the testing validation, the training testing validation. And so alongside that, it's also given us a lot of credibility And so all of these findings together are going into publication from the official UK government source. So again, that's added credibility with clinicians, that's added credibility with public healthcare systems, not just in the UK. It's also given us a lot of credibility in emerging markets like India. In the US, it also carries a lot of weight when we kind of mention this, you know, the MHRA, which is very close, has very close ties with the FDA. So I think for us, the biggest outcome has been that we've done this validation, this preclinical testing of the AI, right? Made sure that it's accurate, made sure that it's clinically relevant, and two, has given us a lot of credibility and a lot of weight with clinical stakeholders.
I see. I was hoping to hear that it will end up with a certified MHRA AI solution related to OncoFlow.
I mean, yes, absolutely. It's not necessarily certified. We already have the MHRA certification as a class 1 medical device. So that's not something kind of either or. But there's no such thing as kind of an official AI airlock certification. We are part of the cohort, so we're part of the 4 pioneering companies essentially that were leading on this initiative.
Okay, and another quick question. It's amazing to see that there is an AI marketplace. Is it helpful? I'm speaking about Newton's story. Do you have any like positive outcomes from this AI marketplace?
Yes, so we have only just started working with them. They have a pretty good network in the NHS, so it's great to access specifically NHS trusts. And they additionally provide kind of AI deployment and AI monitoring throughout the life cycle. So from that regards, it's very kind of niche, very specialized for our unique use case or our unique application, because we also want to be able to monitor it. But overall, I think it's been pretty good.
Thank you.
It's I've also given the contact to some other colleagues on the cohort, on the Caelestinus cohort. So if it will be helpful to anyone, I'm happy to talk about it later.
Thank you, Mariam, for your pitch. Thank you all for your questions. And we'll be moving on to Jonda Health. So I can already see the slide, and I'm hoping to see Suhina probably to walk us.
To be Kuben speaking.
Oh,
thank you,
Kuben,
Thomas.
sorry.
Yes. Yes,
It's nice to have you here, Kuben. So Kuben from Jonda Health, and I think you can kick it off. It's 5 minutes for your pitch.
Okay, so Kuben Vata, the CEO of Jonda Health. I am joined on the call with Dr. Suhina Singh, our CEO and founder. And at Jonda Health, we're really building the invisible infrastructure that brings harmony to health data. So it really becomes a tool for equity, intelligence, and personal empowerment of data. You know, the number on the screen here, I don't want to even attempt saying it, but let's be honest, healthcare was never designed for this kind of data overload that we see today. And everyone is talking about AI in healthcare. But the most of AI still struggles with the very simple problem. It's the data itself. It's all the different formats, the inconsistent naming, mismatched units, languages, standards, and of course, everything that you see on the right here of these different file formats. You know, lab results come in all forms, printed, PDFs, screenshots, different names, formats, all for the same thing, inconsistent units. And this data is really critical for care, research, and population health. But the real bottleneck is really that it's holding back digital transformation. We're not building just another AI model. We're using AI to solve the problem beneath the AI by really fixing the data foundation. We've built Jonda X, a data transformation engine, and it uses AI to structure, harmonize, and standardize health data across formats, languages, and units, and it does this automatically. Our AI models are trained specifically on clinical and lab data and not general purpose models, and therefore making this data usable for systems, platforms, and downstream algorithms. Very simply, we provide the data infrastructure layer that feeds into our clients' pipelines. The reality is, before any AI analytics or decision support can happen, someone still needs to make the data usable. Clinicians and researchers are spending up to 80% of their time manually cleaning and harmonizing data Lab entry takes 15 to 20 minutes per lab result. And really thousands of patients across dozens of formats, languages, it becomes a bottleneck all the time. What our client needs isn't more dashboards. They really need a simple solution to harmonize data and make it usable. So this is what it really looks like in the real world. This is a CMS in Indonesia. All they do is they drop in a very simple scanned copy of a result into the CMS. We pick that up. We transform it. In this case, it was JSON with LOINC. And we send it back to the CMS, and it's available for use for the clinician immediately. We have done all of the studies. We're saving at least 33 days at clinic level for a medium-sized clinic and unlocking about $35,000 per medium clinic. And this pain is really real. It's already converting into revenue. We have 2 paying clients. One was a renewal, 3 really high volume active clients with almost 200,000 pages per month. And of course, more than 10 active discussions and a very healthy pipeline. We are, of course, an intersystem solution partner and part of APAC Med, HealthTech Singapore, and of course, everything else that you see on the screen there. And this comes from the CTO of a longevity provider that we're helping. And he really said that we have become a core enabler of their mission to extend health span through data. And that's no small thing for us because nearly 70% of all medical decisions rely on lab data. So what does the market look like? It's 400 billion today, expected to grow at about 1.4 trillion. We're looking to catch about 500 to 1 billion of it now. We're not really chasing 10,000 clinics. We really just want to get 150 platforms, and those platforms will have thousands of clinics in them. And then, of course, that is how we will scale as they grow. Our revenue model is very simple. It's B2B SaaS. It's a platform access fee with usage fees ranging between 22 cents to 44 cents per page. And we scale as the client goes. This is really a great team. We've got Suina, a medical doctor, and also pharma. Myself, I'm from pathology. We've got an AI ML expert, and of course, a product guy who's used to building scale platforms. We really want to control this harder problem first, and of course, expand across the entire stack, and really want to get to the raise now. We're looking for 555K. We've already secured the first term sheet of 100K on this, and we're really looking to do product expansion, commercial growth, and get it operational ready. We're already ISO accredited, but continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuben, for your wonderful pitch. Exactly on time. So let's dive into questions. First one, how does your competition look like? Can you introduce us to your competitive landscape?
I'll let Suina take that one, and then I'll take probably next one. Suina?
Yeah, sure. So it's a great question. So I think when it comes to the competitive landscape, I think you're looking at, first of all, I think the indirect competitor, which is just manual data entry, which is people. And I think that's pretty relevant. So I think I will start there. That's definitely one. I think second of all, what we're seeing in terms of the competitive space, a lot of people have like very heavy duty platforms that really take a while to really integrate. We've come across 2 solutions that in Europe that really help with the digitization of blood biomarkers. They don't really do the harmonization. We've also done a test where we've tested their platforms as well, Thomas, to look at accuracy based on the variability of formats, languages, etc. And actually we score in terms of accuracy, we're like 98%. And the ones that we've tested against have basically about 85 to 88%. And I think the key difference also for us is that we have the human in the loop. So we have a very, very stringent quality control that we have. So I would say those are some of the competitors. I do think that we'll start to see more competitors in the space just because, I think it's a growing need. And the last competitor I would say is that some of the clinics or hospital groups or the digital health players will try and build this on their own. The same thing happened with our initial client, Biolytica. They tried to also build this on their own, and then very quickly they realized it costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources, and it's a lot more complex than what people give it credit for.
Well, and what is a typical implementation time for your solution for Jonda X, if I remember that correctly?
Yeah, so I'll take that one. You know, from our side, configuration can be done, customized for a client output within 48 hours. And of course, the integration is really lightweight, so not a lot to do on the client end. And because it's all really already matched to the naming conventions and units that exist within the client's system, be it a EHR, be it a CMS, any of that, the read back into the system is very easy because there's no match. It's direct matching to read back in. So typically, you know, the entire process, we get any client running up and running within a week.
Well, sounds great. And I'm sure Evgeny might have a
if
question.
you have 1 minute, I just wanted to follow up.
Yes.
With, because also these interoperability scenarios, they are known that significant amount of time is being paid to solving security connection thing. How is it like solved with your solution? Do you face such problem that you need to enable security, and if yes, how do you handle this?
So the first thing on security, and Suna, you can add after me. The first thing, you know, is really patient identifiers. The beauty of Jonda X is we don't need any patient identifiers to process any of the information. Further to that, we have built our own customized redaction AI that we have in the pipeline for Jonda X. So any report that comes into Jonda X is redacted first before it hits our system, really protecting the sovereignty of that data and the patient identity, and we bring it in. As for the security of the system, the APIs we are running currently we run via AWS. We will be moving to Google Cloud at some point. The important thing for us is all of those things are monitored 24/7 on the security side of things. And we have an entire team looking after that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kuben. Thank you, Suhina, for your pitch this afternoon here in Prague. And we'll be moving on as the screen reveals to Dosium. So Dosium, who have we got to walk us through this? Is it Elliot? Is it Nicholas?
It's Elliot. Hello.
Elliot. Hi, Elliot.
How are you, Thomas? I'm Elliot
Fine,
from
thank you.
Dosium. We are building patient specific prescribing solutions to finally fix broken prescribing. So currently, the shift from paper-based prescribing to electronic prescribing systems just simply has not done enough to help clinicians. And 1 in 20 patients are currently experiencing preventable medication-related harm, which is obviously a completely unacceptable number. So the reality of prescribing for a clinician means they have to refer to PDFs, websites, books, a whole range of different resources to find the correct clinical content. And they then need to perform manual dose calculations and fill out the prescribing form. So here you can see the Oracle Sona prescribing form. There are many fields, each of which need to be manually filled out, which takes time and introduces a chance for error. So hospitals are trying to help their clinicians by doing database configuration so that some of those fields on the prescribing form are already pre-populated. But this is unbelievably inefficient, and hospitals are spending millions of pounds on initial setups of these systems and hundreds of thousands configuring them each year. So what we do is we retrieve all the patient's information from their health record, and then we use this to create patient-specific prescribing, automating the whole process. As a result of this, we minimize medication errors, we speed up the time to prescribe, and we help cut incredible costs on configuring these huge systems. So I'm going to quickly talk you through a quick demo of our product. So what you're seeing here is Oracle Cerner. Here you launch our app from the sidebar, and at the top you can see all the patient information that we've retrieved from the health record, which is then used to inform all the dosing recommendations. So it's completely bidirectionally interoperable, so you can write back information to the health record if you choose. And then here below is a patient-specific list of medications. So searching for a cycliver, we then show you the list of conditions that can be used to treat. And after selecting that, there you have a patient-specific dosing recommendation. We've handled everything for you. All the dose calculations have been done. In this case, because the patient's obese, we've used ideal body weight for the dose calculation. So yeah, cutting out any chance of error, essentially. Then what you see here is a FHIR-ready medication order that can be pushed back into any system that accepts FHIR integrations. You can also do a different prescribing flow. So here we're searching for a condition. We then show you all the matching conditions and the corresponding medications that can be used to treat that condition. Once again, after selecting Finitone, you've gotten to the same place, but just a slightly different flow. And here you can see this content comes from the British National Formulary, which we have a content licensing agreement with. So we essentially view ourselves as the Stripe for dosing. We want to be the dosing experts, and we design our system in such a way that we can embed this dosing into pretty much any system. So we already have Smart and FHIR integrations with Cerner and Epic, which means that that immediately unlocks the entire American market and a lot of the UK market. You can build native integrations using our FHIR APIs. You can access us via standalone web application. And you can also use MCPs to embed deterministic, accurate dosing suggestions into scribes and any LLM tool where you simply cannot let the chance of hallucinations risk informing incorrect dosing recommendations. So we are a UKCA marked. And this slide also kind of explains why now. I guess healthcare previously didn't support open standards, and the push towards those has now allowed third-party specialist providers to integrate with these systems and provide specialist solutions. So where we are, we're based in London. We went live in our first hospital just under a year ago, and since then we are now live in 4 hospitals. We've achieved some incredible results. We did post-data collection analysis of our first sites, and it showed that when our tool is used, we reduce the odds of a prescribing error by 84%, and they reduce the time to prescribe by 45 seconds. So these are clearly incredible results. This is our current pricing model for secondary care, where we've kind of mainly been focusing on at the moment. You pay a touch dose licensing fee. We use the number of hospital beds as a proxy for the size of the hospital. We then have once-off integration and implementation costs to get you set up. Configuration, which allows you to incorporate your local guidance to sit within our system along the British National Formulary if you choose to do so. And then maintenance and support to keep things running smoothly. We have a really strong team that's recognized nationally in the UK. We have a good mix of clinicians, academics, technical expertise and product with quite a bit of industry experience as well. So we're not currently raising at the moment. We have about 18 months of runway, but if any investors have any questions or would like to get to know us, we'd love to meet you. So yeah, let's start the conversation. And otherwise, we're looking for any interesting partnerships. If you are someone that's building something and you can see some synergies with working with us, please get in touch. We'd love to, we're open to any kind of ideas. And lastly, if you're a healthcare provider that would like to improve your prescribing practices, please get in touch with us too for that. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Elliot, for your smooth pitch. No doubt you must have done this before. And I'm wondering, how could we have this, get this to our European hospitals? Or is it not something that is NIH or UK specific? Is it also possible to get European or US or whatnot hospitals on the board to get them to use your solution?
For sure. So we currently are a UKCA marked medical device. In order to move to Europe, we would have to do our MDR2. So the first step for us would be to get our correct medical licensing for that. And then the reason we're kind of focusing initially on the UK market is because of the use of the British National Formula, which is our proprietary data set. We have ways to incorporate other data sets, but at the moment we have that incorporated. So that's one of the reasons. And then lastly, only certain systems are currently supporting smart on fire integrations and fire-based integrations. So we are limited by electronic health record providers that do support those standards. There hasn't been a big uptake in Europe as well. So we have every intention to moving there and to the States, but at some point, I guess, is the answer.
Right. And why do you think that the EHRs do not introduce such functionality themselves? Or have there been cases where they tried and failed and you saved the day?
So luckily, America had quite a big push towards enforcing their healthcare providers to adopt these standards. So the main players there are Oracle, Cerner, and Epic. And they support a standard called Smart on Fire, which essentially allowed us to build out integrations with them without almost any support from their development teams. You can pretty much completely self-serve. And what we experienced was before we targeted those providers, we were trying to build integrations out with suppliers in the UK that didn't support that. And to be honest, to use our APIs, it was quite a lot of work for their development teams to work up against. And convincing them to do that, to work with a startup, was very difficult. So luckily, those new Smart on Fire standards did, allow us to self-serve and build out and show ourselves being used in clinical use, which has made the conversations a lot more easier going forward with other providers, essentially.
Great. Thank you. Evgeny, a question from your side?
Yeah, maybe this is amazing, Elliot. Good to see you again. So I'm just curious, how do clinicians work without Dosium now? I mean, so what they're using now?
That's a great question. We like to hear that. So I guess the kind of current prescribing experience differs between system to system. What we have seen in Cerner, for example, is that for some of the common drugs that are simple for adults, they have some level of configuration. There might be a frequency in there might be a couple of doses. But the reality is, as soon as it starts getting complicated and you go to a couple of other systems, they're referring to the online intranet of the hospital, they're referring to websites, they're doing calculations on their phones. You would not believe the number of errors that are actually being experienced. So those practices are just simply should not be the case nowadays.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Elliot.
Thank you very much,
everybody. Thank you for all your questions. And we'll be moving on now to InTouch. So the question now is, are we in touch with InTouch?
I'm here.
Yes. Hello, Vasily. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
And we all can't wait but to hear what you've been up to and what you might need from investors, partners, or whoever to grow and scale in the future. So let's have your pitch.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Imagine that within the next 5 years in the Western world, there will be more seniors than there will be children. And that 75% of those who are above 80 report actually feeling lonely and depressed. This is a huge health issue. The World Health Organization says loneliness actually increases your risk of early death by 50% and drives to depression and dementia. So it's also a huge economical issue. In the US alone, the loneliness is estimated to cost about $7 billion a year in extended hospital stays. It's getting worse. The ratio of adults to seniors is going to drop to the current 3.5 to 2 to 1, basically meaning that there will be very few adult people to take care of our seniors in the future within the next 10 years. So since 2000, we've added 6 years to life expectancy, but the reality is for the majority of the seniors, those are actually 6 years of decline and loneliness. And that's very much a dark side of longevity. There's also a very personal reason for why I'm interested in loneliness in seniors. Is I've been living away from France, my family, for 40 years, and I didn't want my mother to experience that loneliness and cognitive decline. So what I did is I used my 15 years of experience at Microsoft in the very early days in the 1990s, and my 20 years of startup experience to address the issue. And 18 months later, we've got inTouch.family live with a service. And our goal is to empower families and care facilities to support healthy aging with limited loneliness or no loneliness by using what Harvard research calls full brain workout, and that is meaningful conversation. So inTouch is made of two parts. There's an AI platform, an advanced AI platform that is embodied by an AI agent called Mary, who calls seniors on average 3 times a week and has conversation about topics which are of interest to them. It's a natural conversation. They talk about family, friends, animals, garden, whatever is of interest to them. And they can also be calling Mary at any time. The second part, and that's very important, is we actually work with the families and we empower the families, because what we do is we analyze the conversation and then we tell the family, we give the family insights about the conversation so that they know what is of interest to their parents, so that when they visit or call their parents, they actually know what topic to talk about that will drive positive mood and positive thoughts. What is super important to understand is we are not trying to replace the visits or the calls from the family. It's a complement. We complement those visits. And our AI is completely customized for seniors. We speak at this way they speak, the speed they speak, we think the way they do, to the point that the Time newspaper that wrote an article about us said that Mary, our AI, is pretty smart. So I would say that we are mastering the art of conversation with seniors. And we launched 4 months ago in February for $29.90 a month for the service. We are live in 100 countries. We've had thousands of conversations already in 4 languages, in English, French, Spanish, and Czech, where we are based. And we are constantly iterating on the product, improving the product, improving the conversations, improving the insight that we provide to families. Now, besides the B2C side, we also have a B2B side where we work 3 ways. We work with retirement houses, fighting loneliness, which is extreme in retirement houses. We work with hospitals, specifically or including the geriatric department, again, fighting loneliness. And we also work with telcos, where in some countries, telcos have a duty to take care for senior people. And for engaging with this B2B side, and also working with government agencies and the EU, we're raising 1 million euros to scale that engagement. But also we're looking for contacts in retirement houses chains all over the world, because we can have an impact there. I always say hearing is believing. I wanted to do a demo, but I see I'm already at 5 minutes, so I will stop here.
So thank you, Vasily, for the walkthrough. Let's check the question. So first one, what is your competition right now? So who are your competitors?
Well, we were the first one in the world. We are by far the most advanced. I've seen a couple of competitors pop up in the last few weeks. We tested them all, but they are not mastering the conversation the way we are. And we are the only one that are focused on combining family and seniors and getting them closer together. So they are a conversational system. But one thing which is very important, we only do it over the phone. So no technology. We call people on their phone. They don't need any technology for the seniors. The competitors I see, they use applications which are too complicated for seniors. So we have no technology, they have technology, and that's where we differentiate. But the key differentiator is the quality of the conversations.
Excellent. There's a question from Julianne from Edinburgh Innovations. So is there a plan to integrate generic features like book appointments, etc.?
Yes, we already are, as part of the B2B and in the care facility, for instance, we already do outpatient services where we call seniors who are under contract in their home to remind them of appointments, or in the case of heat, like now we have in Europe, to drink more. So that's something which is we are already doing today. So booking appointment is
Great.
just an extension of that.
Thank you. Can you share any feedback from the seniors, from your clients? How does the combination human AI work in real life? So do you have any client feedback so far?
Yeah, of course. Actually, tomorrow we're launching the US. You will be reading about us in the US press tomorrow, and there will be specific feedback from users. The feedback is from the users absolutely fantastic. I talk to them all the time. I call people to see to get the feedback. They love the way Mary speaks to them. I have one that pops in my head that says, "How does Mary know so much about roses?" Because she's always talking about a garden. So for them to talk with Mary is absolutely no problem. They say. She's kind, she's polite, she doesn't push, and unlike family, there are no disputes.
This is Vasily. This is amazing. So just maybe last question. So do like the seniors prefer talk to Mary than like to family? Well, this is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the feedback that we receive is that Mary has one big advantage: is there's no family history. And Mary doesn't judge, and Mary is extremely patient. So if you repeat her 20,000 times, like seniors do, when they do their work on life, and they repeat the same story. She doesn't mind. She's patient. She says, "Yeah, sure, that's interesting. Let's talk about it." While family doesn't necessarily have this patience, but there's also not the family history. So there's no aggressivity, latent, passive aggressive discussions that you might have in a family.
That makes total sense. But I have a question that may seems obvious from here. But maybe if the involvement of this AI in communication will reduce the communication with family, so that they will now this is handled mostly with AI, and we can communicate less. Or so how it goes?
It's exactly the opposite. It's absolutely the opposite. So there's more communication, and what is important, there's better communication. Instead of calling to say, "Hey, mom, how are you doing? Did you take your medicine?" You say, "Hey, mom, for instance, how are your roses doing in your garden?" And that will generate a conversation. I talk to the families as well as much as I talk to the seniors, and they love it because during the day when they're working, they know that Mary is talking, and then in the evening on the way back, they call the grandparents or the parents, and then they have conversation about what they discussed with Mary. So actually, it's really adding to the whole picture, not substituting. It's very important, that difference.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Vasily, for your pitch. So we'll be in touch with InTouch, and I hope that conversations when I'm getting old and no one's around, will be as good as InTouch seems to be offering right now. So that might be exciting. Thank you. We have the very last pitch before a short break, and it's ZUNI. So ZUNI, we should have Daniel online.
Exactly.
Walk us through ZUNI. Hey, Dan. Nice to see you again. I haven't seen you for a couple of days.
Hi, Thomas.
So,
yeah. Perfect.
So, the stage yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, we've had a great time over the sea at the InterSystems conference. Yeah, really, really insightful. So let's jump straight into it. So we are ZUNI. We are a wound documentation and management platform. We are based in Prague, Czech Republic, but we target not only Czech and Slovak hospitals, but also want to expand further. So let's jump straight into what we solve and how we do it. Chronic wounds are a typical occurrence for patients during a hospitalization, and up to 12% of these patients actually do have a problem with chronic wound, which is a large issue because it really can develop very quickly. But the wounds themselves take several months to heal. So that's why we wanted to try to optimize this process and to do best what we can do the best, which is digitalization. So that's why we developed ZUNI, which is an all-in-one mobile solution for wound documentation, analysis as well on top of it. So we can tackle multiple clinical challenges, and also thanks to InterSystems Iris platform, we can deploy within a week. We are able to seamlessly integrate with any EHR or PACS or whatever system the hospital is using. We are very flexible in how we can deploy our solution. We have our solution actually run on mobile phones, whether it be Android or iOS. And then the data gets transferred to the hospital itself, so we don't store any data in the app or in the mobile phone itself. You may ask, why choose ZUNI? So the biggest issue was huge inefficiencies. Normally, the healthcare professionals or nurses at the bedside care would take photos manually with a digital camera, then transfer the photos to a computer and then describe it manually. And we saw these huge inefficiencies that could be tackled much more seamlessly. So the first advantage and the biggest advantage is the huge time savings while using ZUNI. And the healthcare professionals and the hospital workers can be much more efficient, which saves them a lot of time, and they can really focus on the important things, which is taking care of the patient, which in turn, brings more efficiency to the hospital itself, and therefore is more efficient money-wise for the hospital. As I mentioned, security and data transfer, security is of utmost importance to us. So we are totally compliant with all the regulations regarding data transfers, and also our current way of describing the wounds, of analyzing it, is in line of the wound assessment associations within the Czech Republic and European levels as well. We have actually helped develop the standards here for the Czech Republic and Slovakia, which are now widely used in all of the hospitals here. What can ZUNI do? As I mentioned, our main focus are wounds. They're tracking on progression. We can assign these images to different body parts of the patient, but not only that. Our philosophy behind ZUNI was that we wanted to create a solution that helps the nurses actually have all the documentation ready at the bedside, and then when she's done with the patient or he's done with the patient, all the data gets sent to the EHR or any other system, and all is done for the patient visit. Apart from static photos and analysis on them, we can record videos for different physical movements, assessments, and so on. Then we can scan different documents to give a complete overview and take care of the full advantage of a mobile phone camera and use it to its full potential. The annotation of the images can be flexible and can be easily done. Currently, we do have an AI model in development that would allow the nurses or the app rather to automatically fill in the different specification for the wound. And also what we already are piloting is an AI model for different wound healing classifications, which I'll talk about later. The overall setup and flow of ZUNI is really made to be as simple as possible to be really efficient. So first step is to look up the patient that the nurse would be taking care of. Then we take a picture of the wound, and then we do the analysis. This is done partly by an AI, partly by the nurse itself. As I mentioned, our next step is to have all the form done automatically, and the nurse will only check it if it's done right. Which we are also preparing clinical studies for. Then, as I mentioned, all the data gets sent and transferred to the EHR or PACS systems and now lies within the hospital realm itself, and we don't store anything. Different decisions can make different outcomes, and we can save up to 10 minutes per patient with our ZUNI flow. Currently, we are preparing a clinical study regarding the efficiency itself, which will give us concrete numbers on actually what the efficiency is, but the data points to it being even more than 10 minutes per patient, which can add up over a day or a week. So we can have really huge savings in time of the healthcare professionals and hospital workers. So we do have our AI analysis of ZUNI. What we currently do is that with convolutional neural networks, we can actually detect the wound itself on the photo. We can also calculate the dimensions and the area is pretty different to infer from an image for a human. And also we do have an AI model that actually can classify different stages of healing of the wound, so we can track progression over time and do a time series analysis on these images, which is a really big game changer for nurses that take care of wounds. The market is pretty huge. There are about 24,000 hospitals in the EU alone, which would give us about more than 2,000 of them if we had a 10% market share. So there's a lot of room to grow because wounds are typically dealt with within all the hospitals, and probably most of them. We have already started. Currently, we are deployed in about 20 facilities. There are some that we could not mention yet, but are soon to come and will be displayed here. Also, there's only a map of Czech Republic. We are also deployed in Slovakia in a few hospitals. And also we launched a cloud version of our app, which allows, for example, home care facilities to actually use our app as well without deeper integration. The business model is pretty simple. We do have a one-time upfront fee, and then we do have a monthly subscription. And okay, sorry for that. Perfect, like so. So this is our ZUNI team. This is our core team of developers and product managers and so on. We would love to connect with you. And these are our advisors that have helped us really shape the idea of ZUNI and, develop it with healthcare professionals in mind and in first place. So our ask is currently we are not looking for funding, but maybe we will in the future. It's totally up for discussion, but our main task and our main goal is to find partners to pilot our solution and maybe find a deal and get to understand a new market better. So that's ZUNI, that's us. You can connect with us at the QR code. Yeah, and thanks for having us.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. We'll jump straight into questions. Is your application designed for patients or mostly for the clinicians?
So we do both. Mostly, firstly, we have developed the app to be used by healthcare professionals. But for example, what we have done in Olomouc, in the region of Olomouc in Czech Republic, is that we have amputees and patients after amputation. For them, it's pretty hard to transport themselves to the hospital for regular checkups. So what we did with the region there is that the patients actually take photos of their wounds themselves, and it gets transferred to the hospital, and then it's assessed by the nurses, and the nurses actually tell the patients what to do and how to progress further.
Right.
So we can do both.
And is it difficult to teach personnel to use your application?
Before launching the app into full mode, we always do have introductory classes to teach the hospital workers how to use it. However, the app overall is pretty simple and seamless to use. And we actually found that even after initial hesitation, when we visited the hospital after 3 weeks of usage, all the nurses were super happy to have our solution because it saved them so much time. So we listen and we tailor it down to the specific needs.
Great. So I think you were the last, and you delivered a very fine pitch. Thank you for introducing us into ZUNI and your applications for wound management. So I don't want, and I hope not to be a user myself soon, but as my diabetician knows and told me, it could happen, Thomas, if you lead the life you live. So thank you again for ZUNI, for your pitch. Now it's break time. break. We'll take a 9-minute break until past. So we'll be back at 15:30, which is in 9 or 8 minutes. And just to recap, we will have Offra Health presenting as the first, and have Virry AI, HealthPlus.ai, AgilePath, Vita Innovations, and Unlock Biology. So we have next a batch of 6 pitches, but this will be happening after a break now. So I'll see you all at past, which is in 8 minutes time. Bye, guys. See you soon. '25, it's the 4th year, and now you get a chance to taste and witness how our startups have grown, what they have built, what they are after in just 4 months of our incubation program. And this is the climax of the whole thing, where they try to impress and attract investors, partners, employees, or whatever you may be excited about and in need of. Well, first, a few questions, a few notes before we move on. If you still want to ask questions to the teams, to the startups that have pitched, you can use Slido. You can still posit your questions there, and the startups can answer. So just check it just below the streaming window we have on Caelestinus.tech website. There is the Slido question section, and you can ask and answer the questions. There also is the information about all the startups that will demo today. So if you are wondering what we've got in store in Caelestinus this year, all the startups, most of them which they're pitch decks, we'll update the pitch decks if we have them. There's information about the startups, what stage they are in, whether they are raising money or not, or whether they're looking for partners or anything else. So everything you'll find on Caelestinus.tech website. And now, something completely different, as they say, we'll be we'll be moving on with the next 6 of our startups, which will be Offra Health, Virry AI, HealthPlus.ai, AgilePath, Vita Innovations, and Unlock Biology. That's the order, that's the serving order on our menu for our second line of startups. So first, do we have Offra Health online?
Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. So, Chen, we can see your slides. So whenever you're ready, you can jump in the middle of things and deliver your pitch.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'll start with a glooming percentage. 50% of all cancer cases are still diagnosed late. This means that Offra and many other women just fell through the cracks. My name is Chen Bendori, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Offra Health, and we're building the first AI platform that closes the loop from cancer risk to early action for patients and their care team before it's just too late. Health systems struggle to identify people who are at risk for cancer and then adequately manage and follow up on them to get that early diagnosis. Consequently, patients don't know what needs to be done, and the people who do know don't necessarily follow through. Half of these cancer cases can be caught early, and lives can be saved. And that's where we come in. We are building an AI platform for health systems and their patients to identify these at risk for cancer individuals and to provide personalized continuous care. Our aim is to enhance early diagnosis and to improve system efficiency throughout our platform. We are designed to use AI models to flag these at-risk patients and to provide their care team with clear, explainable care plans to allow health systems to manage more and more patients using the same resources that they have today. Patients get guidance and nudges through our supportive app, and the system keeps everything on track automatically. The MVP that we already developed is already in line with US privacy rules and regulations and is designed to use Smart on Fire standard, which will allow data exchange and seamless integration with electronic health record. Under the current regime, FDA clearance is not required. The time for change, as we see, is now. Models are shifting in the US from value-based care, focusing on outcomes and quality rather than on quantity. We also see FHIR standards being implemented, allowing that easier data exchange and work on the fragmented systems. We also see people that do want the change, but they do need our help. And actually, many people are waiting for us. Our first indication, healthy women who are at risk for breast cancer, addresses 20 million women in the US alone, with a year 5 ARR projection of over $20 million. And that's where we're getting only started. We have a pipeline of over $10 billion market opportunity for prevalent cancers such as lung, colorectal, and cervical, all of which can be caught early. Unlike our competitors who focus on risk assessment or active disease, or fully rely on humans, only Offra connects the full pathway, from risk to personalized planning and automated follow-up, built on AI and FHIR standards. We use a SaaS model with a pay per member per year options for health systems, as well as revenue share mechanisms for them as well. For payers, we're exploring value-based models and reimbursement codes. Scaling is planned to be achieved by using the FHIR standards and Smart on Fire, which will make deployments faster and much more efficient. And we're already getting noticed. We have 2 Israeli collaborations, that's where we're based. In our first Israeli pilots, already preliminary results are promising. 65% of the women were enrolled and 43% took action. Just in the last few months, we've made significant progress toward a US market access, finalizing last steps with US clinical advisors, holding over 18 validation sessions, and engaging in soft landing programs across at least 4 US states to secure that strategic collaborations and additional funding. We plan to move fast, securing our first 1 or 2 US collaborations by the end of this year, in parallel to local pilots, our tech development, and additional funding to speed up on all avenues. We have the best team to fulfill our vision. We have dozens of experience in AI, medicine, and management, including our double-timer IPO champion, Roni Mamluk, who is our chairperson. So we're ready. We're ready for 1 and 2 design partners and strategic pre-seed investors to accelerate deployment in US market entry. The cracks are wide, but they don't have to be. With the right partners, we can close the loop and make the early diagnosis the norm rather than the exception, bringing us, Offra Health, to scale. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Chen, for the smooth pitch. So now let me open the questions sessions. So we've got 4 minutes. Thank you, Peter. And I'm checking Slido. So far, no question. So maybe somebody from our audience could kick it off.
Hi, great to hear again your pitch, and it's also great to see the progress. Could you please maybe share a few words of your ongoing implementations? I'm curious more But do you have any like feedback how usually when the implementation face reality there are some early outcomes? Can you please share that?
Yes, I can share what's happening in Israel with our MVP and some feedback that we got from the US with respect to that. So our MVP is now focusing on the generation of preventive care plans and the loss to follow-up, so the care management model. Currently, we're acting outside an integration in Israel, out in Asuta Ashdod, in one of the Israeli hospitals, which creates a much easier way to get into the pilot, but of course is difficult with respect to the clinicians who need to work outside of their workflow. So this is a challenge, but we see that the rate of the women that are willing to get into the platform is very, very high, especially at younger ages. So this is very encouraging, and we see a lot of women taking action. And we also see the nurse practitioners and the people that are doing the follow-up themselves figuring out things that they did not know before because the systems allow them to do so. So that helps them to be much more accurate in their process of following up. When we discussed our solution in the US, and we heard this before here in the other pitches, definitely IT issues can be a problem. However, what we learned from this from Caelestinus is Smart on Fire and the additional solutions that are available in order to overcome these issues. And once these issues are overcome with respect to this integration to workflows and having that communication between the patients and the clinicians, it seems that the clinicians that we're talking to in the US find it very promising to work there as well. Of course, we will need to, that's what we need our design partners to prove it.
Right. Thank you, Ken. So we have space for one last question. Quick one. Nice. There is nothing on Slido. Let me thank you, Ken, for your pitch. And thank you again for taking part in Caelestinus program. And we'll be moving on to Virry AI. So
yes, hi Thomas, how are you?
Hello, Alan. It's nice to see you again. This time in pixels, but that's how it is these days. In person, in pixels. And I can't wait for your pitch. So it's Virry Health with Alan Gobbs walking us through.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually nice to meet you at InterSystems Global Summit. So anyway, so we are now building AI-powered XR platform specifically to improve and assess mental health conditions. And it all started, with a combination of two people. Since this startup is essentially content-driven, we are like here we have Svetlana, our CEO, who was initially an art producer, making movies, whatever. And at some point, she was interested in doing things for dementia due to personal issues within her family. And what she did was such an amazing content for a VR application, which managed to win the BAFTA award. BAFTA is the British award, like Oscars for the UK. And with this product, she managed to sell for over $1 million through Meta Quest headset. And I joined to support this story as a president in the US. Dementia is probably the greatest global health challenge in this century. And we'll have probably only in the US over 150 million of patients with dementia. It's very important also to actually diagnose this dementia when it's early, because then you can actually intervene or can actually even prevent the conversion of mild cognitive impairment to actual dementia. And The other major problem which we're seeing with dementia is not dementia itself, where like relatives are ready to cope with that, but the major issue with dementia is called BPSD, and BPSD means generally behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia, which includes such things like psychosis, hyperactivity, mood swings, agitation. That is where this problem really gets hard, and unfortunately, relatives have to move their older relatives to the like home care facilities and assisted living facilities, which is always suboptimal. So what we're seeing also that the drugs are not helpful. We're seeing like 2 drugs coming to the market. They are both inefficient. They have severe adverse drug reactions, and they're very expensive. So, and on the other hand, we're seeing more and more interest, actual explosion of interest for virtual reality as a new modality for mental health conditions, since this is the only way you can control the psychological aspect, the physical aspect, emotional aspect, and intellectual aspect of human being at the same time. And then you can do this controlled environment and actually deploy solutions within virtual reality. And that's what we're building within Virry. So Virry combines both the objective assessment, which we are very much lacking actually in the industry. We are like using questionnaires, which is subjective. It's very hard to track, and most importantly, hard to notice subtle changes in the behaviors of the people in identifying the progression of MCI, mild cognitive impairment. And once we identify those patients with mild cognitive impairment, we actually have a solution to potentially slow down the progression of dementia. And what we're seeing here in the US is a lot of interest for non-pharmacological treatments, firstly, and secondly, any treatments which could be delivered at home. And Virry platform actually fits this absolutely perfectly. We have already some good traction. So now we have 4 projects. One is the Connecticut, where we work with children with ADSD, specific learning disorders, etc. And this is in partnership with Horizons program, which covers actually 20 states. Then we're working with NYU Langone on their dementia project with a payer, Alliance Health. So it's an insurer in North Carolina who covers all the patients, both adults and children with mental health conditions, excluding dementia. And then with the University of Florida Health, we're working on the rehab solutions for cardiac patients. So just like a glimpse into a couple of projects here, like one is with Alliance Health. So it's a payer, like not a health system, very interesting for us. So with Alliance Health, they have a lot of patients which they need to discharge. They actually cover 170,000 patients with all sort of mental health conditions, including substance use disorder and schizophrenia, etc. So they have an issue of discharging these patients from the hospital, and since we're providing this home care solution to keep them engaged at home, they feel more comfortable discharging them to the homes of the patients. And another project which we're having is a project done with NYU Langone, one of the largest health systems in the US. And there we're dealing only with dementia patients. And what was a surprising actually epiphany for us was that we're using Virry not only for the patients, but also for the caregivers, because they also are burnout, especially dealing with patients with dementia. So they were also looking for our solution to help them with that. Based on the proprietary data which we collected, we've seen 25% increase in mood, 30% increase in recall scores. So it does work very well. And we're working with some of the major world-class researchers in the fields of VR, dementia, both from the UK and from Stanford, from the US. And we're building a pipeline. Right now, we primarily focus on Virry Cogni, which is the assessment and treatment tool for MCI and dementia, but we have a pipeline of those solutions, and some of them were already launched in the UK and got us over 1 million of sales. This is our types of partners. So we have health systems, senior care facilities, and payers. And these are like vast majority, a lot of health system, a lot of payers. So there's a lot to work on. But even with a few health systems, using the existing CPT codes in the US, we can get to over 100 million of annual revenue, recurring revenue, which will hopefully drive our valuation over $1 billion. The market is huge here, as you see. We have very strong partnerships, both on the technology side with NVIDIA, on the acceleration programs. We were in Caelestinus. We previously were in the UK acceleration. We get a lot of awards for the content. And we are now residents of Johnson & Johnson Labs in New York. This is the team. This is our progress. Right now, we are looking to raise like a small pre-seed round, $500,000. And this is our latest traction. Thank you so much. And so we have a validated product, vast market opportunity, strong team, world-class collaborators, and looking for further partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for a great presentation. So in case I get dementia, I wish there'll be Virry to entertain me and cure me at the same time. So ask for Virry in case I don't forget. So that will be the challenge.
It's definitely better than pills and more enjoyable.
Let's dive into questions. So how do older people accept this solution? So what's your feedback so far?
Yeah, so to be honest, when I was looking at that, like initially as the whole idea of using virtual reality, I thought that it's kind of a still minor modality. But then once we talked to the Veteran Affairs, it turned out that they have already their headsets throughout the country in each state in the US. They have a lot of sites, and they are treating now already with some of those solutions, at least targeting over 40 indications. So the adoption of VR is getting much stronger, and we are actually like talking with the Veteran Affairs to potentially introduce our solution to their patients and to their members of the VA. So I would say that the over 90% of patients who used VR said they want to continue using it, over 90%. So the actual hurdle is to actually like this first use. That could be a hurdle. However, since it's reimbursed now, we see a lot of interest, and people like they just why not try and using VR and enjoy some nature in the VR. And once they try this out first, over 90% want to continue.
Right. So I have one more question, Slido. So what is your product? In fact, is it content, or do you have a device, or is it anything else on top of it? Can you specify,
Yes,
please?
absolutely. So we're device agnostic, so we could be at any device. We're working with Sony, Vita, whatever, like Meta, obviously, etc. So we are like, we don't have a device, right? So we have a software plus content. And the content was shown in Kenya, so it was like some like tropical nature, and it's and then of course the content won awards, as I mentioned, and of course the software which tracks the eye movements, our focus, and using this technology, using AI, we can actually track the engagement of the patients and their progression, the way they recognize things, the way they like focus on things. And using our methodology, we can actually track the progression of dementia.
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Alan. Thanks for the presentation. It's great that at least someone is fighting dementia, so I hope we have a future. Yeah. So, but I'm curious: does it really help? I mean, if it cures dementia, or like intended to cure, or maybe it's like to prevent, or is it like to stop it, like of developing? So what's like what opposed?
So number one, we want to prevent this BPSD. BPSD is those like psychotic agitation, aggression sometimes. So this is like we are very much focused on this because this is the major problem with dementia. And this is kind of a like acute issue, which is a low-hanging fruit. We believe that using our solution, we can prevent it completely. This will be used in assisted living facilities, in health systems, at homes of the patients, etc. And then in terms of dementia, we are seeing very good results, especially once we start treating early. That's why we developed this, early test to diagnose patients and then use it. We don't think this would be a cure for patients, but hopefully we'll have some better pills coming in the next decade. And then this could work synergistically together with the pills. Right now, pills are really like they have huge adverse reactions up to actual lethal side effects. So obviously, this is not a good way to synergize. But probably there'll be better drugs at some point, and will be used combined in combination, like cutting these swings of moods, actually improving the mood, and then cutting all these BPSD things, and also curing using pharmacology.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sounds promising.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Alan, for your pitch. So I think that Virry AI gets a virulent start after completing Caelestinus incubation. And thank you again. I hope to bumping into you again soon in person. So thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
We are now moving to Healthplus.ai, and if I may be wrong, but it should be Bart.
That's correct.
Online. I'm right. Hi, Bart.
Hi.
It's nice to have you back, and we can't all wait for what you have to say about Healthplus.ai.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Bart Geerts, CEO and founder of Healthplus.ai, and we're on a mission to go to zero complication and maximum recovery after surgery. So it was not too long ago that our journey started, a couple of years back, when I was walking the halls as an intensive care physician and picking up patients. And I vividly remember 1 week of nightly on-calls where every night I had to go to the same ward to pick up a patient after pancreatic surgery, day 8, and they were having sepsis. And basically, it was every night, the same ward, a different door, a different patient in the same situation. And going back, you look at the patient, you look at the early signals, what could we have done at an earlier stage to not have to deal with the life-threatening situation of sepsis, but actually dealing with infections in their earliest form. So if we look at surgery care, we could say it's very reactive, like most parts of our healthcare system. And it's very much unsustainable, especially since it's the most expensive part of our healthcare system. So we focus on infections first. Infections like pneumonia, a wound infection, hit about 1 in every 5 patients. And the average day of diagnosis is beyond day 8. And for a positive person, that's an opportunity to get better. It's also the number one reason, for readmissions, sitting at 15% in Europe and about 20-something% in the US. And beyond the personal impact that an infection will have after a surgery, the total cost is estimated at almost $500 billion globally. Oh, sorry about that. So what we've done over the last couple of years is build an AI system that reuses existing electronic health record data to predict the individual risk for each and every patient. We have a CE certified system, which also brings all the information that nurses and physicians need to review a patient for infections into one screen, so making the EHR experience better. And since every hospital is unique in the patients that they serve, the protocols that they have, and the procedures that they do, our AI system actually adapts to the system it's in, to the hospital at hand. This is what it looks like in a very generic way, because it adapts to the electronic health record that it's in. So it basically takes the data from the EHR, but also provides the result in the electronic health record, so in the workflow. So we provide a prediction of risk for the next 7 days and 30 days. So people can actually take that on to focus on the right patient, the one at high risk, but also discharge those patients that have almost zero risk remaining. We have a negative predictive value of 99.9% effectively, meaning that we really support safer discharge, but also we're very accurate in pinpointing the high risk patient. We also provide insight into how we got to the prediction. So what factors increase the risk for that patient, but also reduce it? But we also summarize the patient. Who is this patient again? Which day of surgery? What's the background of the patient? And last, we visualize a lot of the biomarker and vital sign data that's there to make the review of that patient much easier. Still, most EHRs work with tabulated data, so we just want to make that extra step and make life a bit easier. Ultimately, we've shown that we can reduce the hospital bill for about the average 14,000 surgeries that they do in Europe, between 4 to 8 million per year for the hospital. Also reduce the time to diagnosis by half. And since we're now launching a new version where we actually do preoperative predictions as well, we move fully into the preventative realm to optimize the outcomes for the patient. It's not only a sizable problem, it's also a sizable market. We do all this work with a small team of about 12 people in total, with different backgrounds, like medical, like business, and of course, technical and data science. Where are we now? We've been CE certified just about a year ago. We've contracted about $300,000, and we're looking at closing another 1.5 million in contracts with hospitals across the Benelux, Denmark, and the UK this year. We have been CE certified, ISO certified, and we're looking to get a de novo FDA approval by Q1 next year. And currently, we are partnering with as many EHR vendors as possible to really get close to that workflow of the physician and the nurse. We've won a couple of prizes. We're especially proud of the CES Innovation Award that we got last year. And of course, we have a strong track record in science, where we've shown across multiple papers, across multiple countries and hospitals, that we are accurate also prospectively. So really there at the bedside and an accurate aid to the physician and the nurse. It's not going to stop at just being a predictor for infections. We're actually now setting steps to become a more wholesome risk management platform for all things surgery, where we also start matching the right type of treatments, but also diagnostics like biomarkers to the right patient. I want to thank the Caelestinus team for their work in the accelerator. And last, or ask if you want, we're currently closing a $2.5 million round to make steps and break even in Europe, get to the FDA approval and the first clients in the US, and build out our solution to be this risk management platform for all things surgery.
Thank you, Bart, for your great pitch. I'm just praying that when I have a post-operative, post-surgery complication and I get this infection, that they by that time they do have your solution to actually flag me in time as a risk patient, because I see this in hospitals a lot. My first question is about your competitive landscape. Who are your competitors?
So there's currently no CE certified, FDA approved equivalent device, if you want. So we basically compared ourselves to academic projects and non-certified AI models that are out there, where we outperform them between 10 to 30% across the board. But I would say we're competing with the traditional way of working. So and I think there's a number of companies really doing these predictions. And I mean, we just heard a pitch about prediction and kind of how do you loop that into an actual action happening earlier and changing the outcome. I think that is really the business that we're in. How are we going to change from this diagnostic paradigm to a more prognostic one, moving ultimately towards preventive care altogether?
Right. Some questions on Slido. FDA will go first before MDR after you get the investment?
So we're already CE certified on their MDR as a two-way device. We're going for a de novo and hopefully breakthrough route with the FDA. And what we actually will add, I didn't go into that, is to link the risk to the best action. So we're actually going to tell them what we would suggest as the next action to reduce that risk for this patient. So really going to personal medicine, not only in terms of diagnostics, but also in terms of treatment.
Okay, so just to make clear, you are certified as a medical device in Europe and the
Yes.
UK?
Yes, correct.
Right. Any more questions?
Yeah, actually, Bart, thanks for sharing. This is pretty insightful. And could you please share if you started with Europe and UK, and is it your like a primary market for the future, or is it like for the future of your business, or is it US primary market?
I would say ultimately the business case is like 35 million for a European hospital, but it's more than double that for a US hospital, even under the current system of financial incentives. So I would say ultimately also looking at scalability, bigger hospital chains, it is the US. But yeah, I think the goal ultimately is to reach as many people as possible. And even for that, the US is more or less the proven route. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bart, for your pitch. So that's been HealthPlus.ai. And fingers crossed for your growth and scaling. I'm sure it will be easy as kittens after today's final demo. And we are moving on to AgilePath. And we should have Jamshed online.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see a screen with the logo, I suppose, and AgilePath written underneath.
Awesome. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you to InSystems and Caelestinus. So AgilePath was born out of an organization called Bloom Health, which essentially delivers NHS-ready software for the NHS but global markets. We're a well-established supplier within the NHS, and we go in looking at their digital systems, but also solving their problems using digital technology. And AgilePath was born out of a NHS trust where they were struggling with their cancer screening. So in the UK, 95% of clinical pathways rely on access to pathology services. So whenever you go to a hospital, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be asked for a blood test, right? That then goes on to the pathology department. How often is it that you go into the hospital and it's either yourself or some other patient within the ED department where they have asked for another sample because their sample has gone missing through the chain of command between the department to the laboratory. And in the UK and worldwide, cancer is an emerging disease. There's over 1,000 new cancer cases in the UK every day, which is like 1 every couple of minutes. And the number of people getting cancer is much younger. And it costs the UK approximately just under 8 billion UK pounds every year. So this is the journey of your typical cancer pathway. As mentioned before, you have your clinical investigation, biopsy, paper request, courier, then it goes to the laboratory, and that confirms whether or not the patient has a positive or a negative outcome for cancer. The problem is that the metrics that the NHS are using at the moment is that they're outdated. They were made for the past, not for the present. We're in a digital ecosystem that we're in now. Using digital is a primary way that the NHS are going to achieve, or not even the NHS, any hospital in the world is going to achieve their cancer turnaround times and achieve quicker diagnosis. The problem that we see with typical paper-based antique forms are that, there's transcription errors, there's spelling mistakes. Sometimes pathology can't read the clinician's handwriting, which then puts the patient in more distress because then they have to get their sample or bloods drawn again. So the solution is that AgilePath is a order.com solution where the surgeon or the phlebotomist can sort of tell the pathology that this is an incoming sample. There are 2 sample sizes within this solution, within this package, and it sort of gives all that necessary clinical information required for pathology to then get it right first time, essentially. So this is essentially the user interface. We test for 22 different types of cancers, but also test for blood now, because we see blood as an emerging opportunity within the healthcare sector, especially when it goes to the likes of pathology departments. And the great thing about AgilePath is that it's mapped to the Royal College of Pathologists guidelines, and we're one of the first organizations to actually have that type of accreditation. So the use case that we see within the NHS is, typically within the cancer diagnostics pathway. But again, we are moving this to see for blood to be a opportunity as well. The impact is you're getting the information to the phlebotomist, to the pathology department at the right time. You're reducing clinical errors. You're increasing efficiency, reducing backlog of delays, departmental, but also NHS trust or system-wide. But you could also see the analytics around the wide scope and see, what is the most cancer that we're seeing coming out of these patients that are being tested. So the savings we see, now these figures are based on 80,000 tests per year, is that there is just under £250,000 worth of savings for the laboratory per year. Now this is savings per lab, which equates to 8 FTEs, full-time equivalent members of staff per year, but also savings of £2.50 per case. Now, as mentioned before, the £200,000 plus figure comes out of 80,000 tests done per laboratory per year. And that is AgilePath. And what we are looking for is partners within hospital systems, cancer systems, pathology networks to sort of commercialize, but also increase our validation. Currently, it's being used within 3 NHS trusts amongst Cambridge and Peterborough, and Queen Elizabeth Hospital King's Lynn Foundation Trust. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jamshed, for your pitch. We already have some questions popping up. So, what are you? Are you a spin-off, or what is the parenting company? Are you a hospital spin-off or a startup? Can you tell us about your team?
Yeah, so our team is comprised of clinicians. Our CEO is a emergency doctor by background. We have various software engineers, part of our team, and a commercial team. The reason this was in partnership with the NHS Trust is that they came to us with a problem and wanted to develop something to solve that problem. Now we helped develop that solution alongside this NHS Trust, and it's currently being used within said NHS Trust.
Right. So more questions? Yes, I have a question myself. Is your solution going to be usable outside of the UK or NIH or like the system? Have you looked across the channel, across the ocean?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. We've actually looked across the pond, across the ocean, both east and west, to see how this can work. And the great thing is that we could interoperate with any sort of EHR. So we could pull and embed data within the EHR. So it's a streamless workflow, which doesn't cause another job or another sort of responsibility for clinicians that are going to be using the system.
Right. Another question from Slido: are you raising, or is it funded by the by NHS or any other source?
So Bloom Health is a organically grown company. And essentially, if AgilePath was to require more funds, we'd essentially use Bloom Health as what we like to call a cash cow, in a way. But we are in talks with InterSystems on a separate conversation regarding the £25,000. I'm sure Evgeny, we've been in the email chain quite a few times. So apart from that and commercialization, we weren't typically looking to fund at the moment from like a seed round.
Right. So time for last quick question.
I have a quick question, but it may be with a long answer. But so if you could share any feedback how AgilePath influences the processes in a particular cancer cure, yeah?
So of course we've seen that trusts have actually improved their cancer turnaround time rates, because the NHS have a 62-day wait sort of mandate where from initial triage to treatment or diagnosis is 62 days. And because of the backlog within pathology departments, not only deriving from the days of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've sort of seen how the use of digital transformation and digital solutions, we could streamline this operational efficiency and sort of reduce the amount of samples that are being lost within the system at the same given time. So we've seen positive outcomes regarding the NHS trusts that are using it at the moment.
Thank you. Sounds great.
Right. Thanks again for great pitch. It's AgilePath ahead of you now. There's a path to growth, and I can't wait for the time when this whole ordering process is digitized and smooth as butter, or whatever the right simile is, to as smooth as the foam on a pint of Guinness, probably. But I'm not sure if that's fine with you. That's what's in my head now. When it's really hot outside, and at least here in Europe, we get this extreme heat wave, and we are all thinking about beer or other beverage to cool us down. But we'll be moving on to Vita Innovations. So Vita Innovations, I can see your slides. And whom have we? We've got Sarah, is that right, online?
Yep, over here.
It's nice to have you here, Sarah. And the screen is yours now for at least 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. The emergency room is associated with some of the darkest moments of our lives. Yet patients today are facing a fractured system with capacity that's crumbling and demand that's surging, with fewer ER beds and overcrowding that can lead to patient deterioration, provider shortages of up to 30%, and increasing wait times, which can lead to worsened outcomes and inefficiencies for the ER. So in short, the ER is becoming a bottleneck for the entire healthcare system and is on the verge of breaking beyond repair. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Liu, COO of Vita Innovations, and I'm also joined by my CTO, Evan, as well on the line. Our team is aiming to reimagine how we deliver emergency care to ensure that today's crises never become tomorrow's regrets. Take just for instance how we conduct triage. Triage today consists of only 4 key inputs: name, age, sex, and chief complaint. From there, with some vital monitoring and a few subjective questions, we arrive at a single triage score that effectively determines how long a patient will wait in the waiting room. And because of that lack of information, 1 in every 3 patients is wrongly assigned a triage score, which can lead to more delayed and costly care, as well as increased risks of patient deterioration and morbidity and mortality. But in a resource-constrained environment like the ER, there is actually one resource that is quite abundant: the time that is spent waiting across the ER. At Vita Innovations, that idle time is our opportunity. By gathering critical context on patients during those long wait times, we're able to deliver emergency care that's safer, faster, and smarter for patients. We also strongly believe that better care begins with better data. And for that reason, we're proud to present our platform, Emergent AI, which is designed to meet patients and clinicians in the stages of the ER where they need it the most. So just to give an overview of how this works, first, whenever a patient walks into the ER, our virtual assistant will facilitate check-in and triage by pulling relevant electronic health data and filling in gaps regarding the patient's history of present illness, medical history, family history, and medications in order to send to their triage nurse. And then on the electronic health record for hospitals, nurses would then receive the comprehensive patient summary, a score assessment, and recommendations for the next steps in care, which ultimately increases their cognitive capacity and triage accuracy by having more context and insights on the patient to work with. But our work isn't just stopping there. We're also looking to reduce the length of stay while increasing care coordination across and beyond the ER so that we can turn hours of unutilized wait time in order to proactively interface with patients and collect various information, including their social determinants of health, mental health, and information on their goals of care. Additionally, for patients who might be facing food, housing, or transportation challenges, we're also proactively identifying their social needs and then automatically matching and enrolling them in nearby resources to help to break the cycle for those frequent ER visitors at basically no extra cost to the hospital. So what makes us stand out from our competitors? We are using specialized AI agents that are tailored for interactions with every key stakeholder in the ER, including a patient-facing AI that builds rapport and streamlines intake and discharge as a patient companion, a provider-facing decision support AI that can cut down on per-patient time, and a governance AI that oversees and regulates all our models. Additionally, we've created robust evaluation metrics that are specific to the ER, where we continuously reevaluate model performance across stratified ER chief complaints and reasoning tasks, just to ensure that we're always delivering the best-in-class performance. By doing so, we've been able to achieve a 13.4% mean improvement in triage accuracy. So far, we've signed contracts and are conducting clinical pilots throughout the summer with some additional letters of intent in place for future trials. And then after clinical validation, we will look to leverage our EHR integration partner, InterSystems, to roll out across our growing pipeline. We're hoping for some of you to join us in our mission, whether as an investor, research collaborator, or potential clinical partner for pilot programs. And on behalf of my team and advisors, thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Sarah, for your pitch. So don't forget to share then with us how we might support you. So I usually, and that applies to all the pitching team, try to support some of Caelestinus as a tiny little investor, and if that's a possibility to join in as angels, please do let us know, everyone, if it's possible, or if you're just aiming for the big bucks. But it could be an option. There could be in our audience people listening. We have some questions for you. So, what is the technology behind the AI agents? Is it? Could you tell us something about it?
Yep, we actually have our CTO on the line. I'll defer to him.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. And thank you for the question. So the data that we use to train our AI agents comes directly from our pilots and our studies. So one of our upcoming trials, for instance, at Weill Cornell, New York, this is a 200-patient study where we collect a few key data points from their length of stay, their opinion about how our system works for them, as well as the basic data chief complaint and our predicted ESI score. And after de-identifying this data, we then use this to directly train our models for improvement for the next trial and our next study, et cetera. On top of that, we also use a few open source, again, de-identified data sets that Sarah mentioned, the Q&A data set and a few others. These are useful for general fine-tuning of our models that will allow to interpret data that is more closely to or specifically to emergency room environment rather than generalized AI.
So, thank you, Ivan. How much are you raising?
Yep, so we are currently looking to raise our pre-seed round of 1.5 million, which will support runway for about 18 months. As mentioned, we have some ongoing clinical pilots planned this summer, but are also looking to expand that to roughly 5 sites to pilot test before officially launching, and that's targeting urgent care clinics as well as health systems. So quite a bit of activity on the clinical development front, and also on the regulatory end, we're aiming for Class 1 approval from the FDA and undergoing HIPAA and SOC 2 compliance. So some of those activities will also fall in those 18 months. And then maintaining the team, hiring some nurses and additional engineers to make sure that our technology is reflective of key stakeholders within the ER landscape. So some of our activities there, but ask right now is for the next 18 months.
Great, thank you. One more question from Slido. How did you achieve the accuracy improvement on the level of your models?
Evan, do you want to take that one?
Is this referring to the point on the slide, or is this something else?
It's on Slido, the accuracy improvement from the triage score, probably.
Yeah, so this was essentially running our experimental data through untrained data, or our model untrained through untrained data. So this is the baseline OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google Gemini, etc. And this was prior to training through our own data that we collect, and that's where we saw that improvement.
Right.
And Sarah, even if we have some room for a last question, so where, if I understood properly, your triaging procedure is going on in a ER room, right? So, and but if you consider it like to have this triaging like before, maybe with some app, or like, because if often triaging goes like by voice line, right? So could you please elaborate if you considered any other thoughts for your...
Yes, great question. And thank you for asking. We weren't able to squeeze it into our presentation today, but we are investigating each stage within the ER as well as before and after. And within that before stage, we are looking at telehealth settings where we could potentially streamline some of the data collection there, as well as in urgent care clinics and other walk-in locations. And then beyond the ER, we talked about some of our discharge planning measures, but we're also looking at ED to home programs and other facilities that might benefit from some of the social benefits features of our product.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Ivan, for your contribution today. It's been a great demo. And I think that Vita or live in English will be much better, especially when you get to the emergency room. So again, I'm relying when I need it. Vita will be there to sort me out and triage me out in the right way. We have the last team to present, to demo before another break, and that is Unlock Biology. So do we have Unlock Biology online?
Yes, sure, we do. Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello, Dima. So are you ready?
Always in progress. So sure,
yes,
I'm ready.
We can see your screen, and the screen's yours.
Yeah, do you see the slideshow?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic.
All fine.
Yeah, so hello from sunny Zurich. I'm Dmitry, co-founder of Unlock Protocol, and we bring vibe coding into lab automation. You can think of this as Cursor, but for biology. So our mission is simple: to make biology executable as code. So every year labs burn astronomical amounts of money on failed experiments and discarded reagents and endless reruns, and hundreds of thousands of researchers spend tens of hours per month each on mistakes that could have been avoided. But why? Because the protocols are written in prose and they are tuned by rumor. So any detail in the protocol, like temperature, batch number, cell passage, can collapse the whole result. And this is a problem not only in therapy development, but also in application of the therapies. For example, in CAR T cell therapy, as probably most of you know, this is a cutting-edge immunotherapy, and it works by reprogramming the patient's own cells to recognize cancer, and then they are multiplied outside of the body and pushed back into the patient. But the quality is a huge, huge problem, the quality of these resulting cells. And most expansions are conducted by templated protocols without considering the patient's individual cell phenotype, which reduces efficacy, especially when working with difficult cases, which are more important. And manufacturing one such cell product costs 500,000 euros per patient in some cases, and in all cases more than $100,000 to €100,000 per patient. But the price is, of course, not only money, but the weeks wasted for critically ill patients. And in general, all pharma companies and biotech startups need a way to quickly optimize the lab protocols. So what's the problem? The problem is that protocol optimization is itself the task that requires a lot of experiments, and researchers simply do not have time to make these experiments, and they don't have resources in most cases. And well, actually, in most cases, running all these experiments is just impossible computationally. There are too many combinations. And ordinary AI assistants are not powerful here because they only read text and can make up numbers, which is totally unacceptable in our field. So Unlock Protocol combines two worlds here. So we combine the world of texts with 120 million articles and patents, and the world of hard data, the lab journal records, quality control logs, single cell matrices, protein graphs, and other multi-omics. So our multi-agent engine checks each recommendation against both of these texts and numbers worlds to optimize the protocols. So that's how it looks like. You paste your data about the protocol, you ask for specific recommendations and improvements, and you get the potential optimizations. Obviously, not all of them can be working in your specific case totally. So these are the best hypotheses that can be generated based on the existing knowledge and your data combined. So we can help change a lot of parameters and improve and optimize for different parameters. So Benchling stores text, and Synthase automates the robots, and NextFlow stores the data pipelines. And the big important piece here is managing all of these and helping the researchers use all the existing knowledge, including the ones that they have outside of the ones they have inside the lab, and the existing body of knowledge to optimize the protocols. So actually, we understood that in terms of the interface, it's very similar to the fastest growing company these days, Cursor. So in some way, you can think of this as Cursor for biological applications. And open source bioinformatics packages built by my co-founders are used by tens of thousands of researchers in leading labs and pharma companies. For example, Victor worked in the Harvard Medical School team that created RNA velocity method, and he also co-authored landmark publications during his PhD studies. And he also received Swiss Institute of Bioinformatics Award from the Swiss Institute of Mathematics, and for top spatial transcriptomics methods, and the algorithms are used by 10x Genomics. And our CTO, Mikita, has been in deep learning since 2017 and led multiple research and development teams, co-founded 2 startups. Vadim previously led Berkeley-backed biotech startup, and the data analysis tools that he created helped develop more than 30 immunotherapies from leading companies. And for me, Unlock is the third business, and before that I earned masters in mathematics from a top Russian program, developed high-performance robots for high-frequency trading, worked in strategy consulting, led multiple teams, and launched 2 science communities. So our team members have built products for Merck, Novartis, Vesalius, Oracle, Immunii, Altus Labs, and Thermo Fisher, and we know how data changes biology because we build these tools ourselves. So it's a huge market. Even if we eliminate just 10% of inefficiencies in the reagent market, that would be $6 billion. And we are starting with the more narrow segments in cell therapies, more specifically. And here we should thank Caelestinus, because when we entered the incubator, we were building much more complicated specific dynamic models to predict the cell states, and were more similar to complex research company than production teams. So with these brilliant teams who iterate quickly and already work with end users, we figured out how to build the first solution much quicker. So we expect to launch the prototype by the end of summer and get the first 10 pilot projects this autumn. So I'll be happy to discuss in more detail. Join us to teach computers biology, working on both texts and structured data. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dimitri, for your great pitch. We already have some questions on Slido. So who are your ideal customers? So who are you targeting?
Yes, so there are multiple eventual customers, and obviously we as an early stage startup have to optimize where we can bring most value and also bring the first results quicker. We focus on the cell therapies, and there are, as you see in the slide, there are a few thousand in trials. In general, they're very much working for oncological applications and go into some other areas like autoimmunity. So these companies which are developing cell therapies and struggling with the scalability of the process would be the first ideal type of customers, and eventually we will see if we should build more on this specific market and concentrate on them or build a broader solution. So we'll have to see. But we begin with cell therapy manufacturing optimization processes.
So about past projects of your team, of your the members of your startup, some of them came from like science, medical school. So did you do a project together in healthcare, in biotech? Could you tell us something about what you did together in which area?
Yeah, in terms of the team, we are much heavier in terms of bioinformatics and machine learning than specific clinical applications. That's also one of the reasons to most of our lives we've been building the tools and infrastructure and data pipelines. We worked together with Victor on the previous project around data analytics agents, and the architecture and ideas were quite similar, I would say, but we didn't concentrate on biology until we understood that it's just the most reasonable thing to do. And Vadim and Mikita have been running multiple communities together and organized a lot of meetups. And we all had our previous companies before, so and projects, and it's I would say we started collaborating with Victor 2 years ago, but we worked on different projects. Vadim became our advisor a bit more than a year ago, and we've been discussing a lot of things together until we decided to join forces.
Yeah. Another question, when in the process of developing cell therapy, would the use case of protocol optimization make the most sense?
Yeah, so maybe let's very quickly go to cell therapy pipeline for those who are concerned. So there are two very important stages which can be optimized. One of them is the specific modification of the immune cells so that they recognize cancer. And then there is the process of expansion. So we need to produce them outside of the body, and you use different interleukins and other methods to help them expand and grow in the direction that we prefer. So there are potentially many directions in which the cells can grow due to different factors. And if the protocol is just the same for all the patients, then it's not optimal. And take into account the phenotypical properties of the specific patient and of the specific cancer, it can be possible to improve these protocols on the go. But in general, it's not done these days because it's just too costly to try to optimize for every patient. So in production of the specific therapy, when there is already an existing protocol, but you cannot make a lot of real experiments, you have to virtually try to optimize it.
Right. And last question.
Dima, amazing as always. So you mentioned that it is that Unlock Biology is a cursor for cell therapies, yeah. But this is my question. What is your business model? Because if you feel like a cursor, maybe I can with Cursor I can go and download it and start developing. And
That's correct.
if I can like go and download and start unlocking, yeah, so like
Yeah, so there are different ways to calculate the value. Obviously, not all of the value can be captured. On the earliest stages, we will be just making the pilots and just charging per project. By the end of the year, I think we'll have the first end-to-end solution which can be just installed, and here we will charge per similar to SaaS and similar to Cursor with the subscription. Eventually, I believe the largest value in optimization as a service, this would require having a lot of models connected, a lot of data. So I would not expect this to be the main driver in the business model. We believe that it's possible to reach $2, maybe $3 million in annual recurring revenue by the end of next year. But it can be it depends on how the biotechs and pharma are starting to use this. So it can be faster. So it's our modest expectations.
sounds promising. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Great, Dima. Thanks for your pitch. This was the very last one in our middle bunch of startups during our final demo. So there'll be a 10 minutes break now, and we will be back at 10 to 5 Central European time in 10 minutes time. So see you all in 10 minutes. We'll take a short break and get ready for the final 6 pitches. The first one to pitch in 10 minutes will be xAID. So you can get ready, guys, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back. I hope you are having a great day. Despite the heat, or despite whatever issues you are dealing with, remember that you are about to become Caelestinus, which means we have this motto, which I like to repeat whenever I can, which is do good and do it well. And the more I think about it, the more I like it. So this is one of my 2 favorite mottos. You know, the do good and do it well. But there is one more, which relates to hackathons, which is hack and roll. So that's one of the 2 favorite is hack and roll and do good and do it well. So that's how I structure my day. When I wake up in the morning, it's hack and roll. That's how I get the energy and the juices flowing. And then the whole day I do good and I try to do it well. So this is just a lame opening of the last bunch of you last startups who will be pitching right now. And the first one to take the stage should be ELA Health, if I'm not mistaken. So ELA Health, where are you?
xAID, sorry, xAID.
xAID, I'm sorry, ELA Health. Just wait. I know you can wait, but it's xAID, and we should have who is on the line.
Yeah, I'm here. It's Kirill.
Hello, Kirill. It's nice to have you, and you are about to open a last session of pitches. So the floor is yours. Yeah, and you've got 5 minutes for your pitch, and then there'll be some Q&A, as you know.
Yeah, let me share my screen then. 1 second.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can. All is fine. You're good to go.
So great, thanks for having me here. So at xAID, we are generally developing foundation model for chest and abdomen cities. So during the Caelestinus incubator, we actually pivoted because previously we were developing not the foundation model, but indication-wise model. And so regarding our traction, we have 1 million error coming from Kazakhstan. We processed more than 1 million scans, and we have operations in Latin America besides Kazakhstan and EU. We also rearranged a bit our team of medical advisors because we started the partnership with Unilabs, from which we now have 2 AI clinical leads. It's Bjorn Jopke and Dr. Geraldine Dean, who are actively advising us because Unilabs is going to roll out the biggest tender regarding the AI next year, because they're searching for comprehensive vendors which will substitute the human in the loop, because they need to substitute second reading for their radiologists. And actually, the problem that we see right now in the market is that radiology AI is mature only for specific type of studies and specific body parts, such as X-rays and mammography, for example, or head CT, where maximum that you have to detect is like 7 pathologies. But for complex solutions, such as like chest CT or abdomen CT, there are no solutions at all in the market, because you have to detect 70 pathologists at once to substitute the radiologist in the loop. So, and the old approaches like doing indication by indication won't work here, because it will take years to do pathology by pathology as it was before. So we should switch to something like foundation model. We name it large medical vision model. And to train it, actually, you do not need to annotate data precisely by like electronic pen for radiologists, but you need a lot of data. You need like multi-million data set to train this model. And actually, what we can already detect is like more than 30 different pathologies on different body parts. And now we're switching to train our own foundation model, because of our unique partnership with Kazakh Health Ministry. We have access to multi-million data set, which allows us to train this foundation model effectively. Besides that, we have exclusive advisors from the biggest chain of hospitals in Europe, and we have a clear roadmap to the biggest tender for abdomen CT, which will actually bring us to $3.5 million ARR just from one client. And we can already detect more than any player in the market in terms of number of pathologists. So yeah, and we decided to focus right now on chest and abdomen and not on other body parts, because it has 60% of total flow of emergency CTs, and we are capable to substitute radiologists in the loop to create full automatic copilot here. So we have competitors in the field who are also running for foundation models, but none of them have the same conditions as we have in terms of explainable AI, which can already detect some of the pathologies and segment them, detect them, and provide all information for radiologists, or unique proprietary data, or actually, for example, A to Z, which is which some people think that they're developing a foundation model. It's not like that. They're doing like more classification model. So yeah, up to 95% of night studies then can be automated, and can bring a lot of additional revenue streams to the hospital. And in terms of go-to-market strategy, we not only bring time reductions, but also bring explicit upsales to hospitals, creating additional revenue streams for them. So we are now in the process of getting CE mark. We just like passed our first stage of CE mark previous week. So we're in a clear path on getting it by the end of this year. So yeah, and now we're extended our seed round. So we are now raising 7 more millions for our foundation model to be created. Thank you.
Great pitch, Kirill. Thank you. Thank you for kicking off our last session today. And already questions popping up on Slido. So when focused on abdomen now, will you focus on other body parts in the future?
Yeah, definitely. So we're right now focusing on abdomen part, actually, because we see that there is a blank space in the market and there are no solutions at all for abdomen CT. But actually in our roadmap, we have extension for head CT also to become kind of vertically integrated AI agent for all CT types in emergency room.
Right. What about medical device certification?
So yeah, we're right now on the path of getting our first CE mark by the end of this year, and we'll be certified as a class 2B for our first solutions to be deployed in EU market.
So is the certification going to be financed from your new investment, or the rounds that you are seeking?
Yeah, also it will be financed from that part of the round, and actually we are already financing this certification from the money that we have right now.
Right. Great. So that's questions from Slido. I've run out. So any questions from our audience?
Yeah, Kirill, great to hear again, and great presentation. So you mentioned that you plan to accomplish certification CE mark this year, in the end of this year. Could you please share with us what revenue streams this opens, or like the business direction this opens for xAID?
Yeah, sure. It clearly opens the road to Unilabs, which actually the biggest possible client in the Europe. So this roadmap to the tender in Sweden that will be rolled out actually requires CE mark, obviously. So it will open the doors to the biggest EU tender that is actually being formed a bit by us, because Unilabs also do not know exactly how actually comprehensive solutions for chest and abdomen should look like to legally substitute the radiologist. So we're being involved in that process, and it will open doors for the biggest chain hospital in Europe.
And actually this almost answers my next question. So regarding the pivot, you mentioned pivot, but I didn't get it completely what's the pivot about, but if I understood now properly, so the pivot is that your solution will substitute radiologist.
Yeah, because everything goes there actually, and we right now understand that the market is absolutely not mature for chest and abdomen. So all the players that we have right now, we have tons of players for chest CT, but actually they're not earning any money in the market right now because they do very narrow specific pathologies, like 3 or 4. But even 20 is not enough, as what we see right now from our clients, and you need like to do 40 in chest CT. And that's why we pivoted a bit to creating foundation model instead of just like regular computer vision models.
Sounds fantastic.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kirill, for your great pitch and your pivot. It's one of the words that I hear with startups. It's like pilot and pivot. That's the 2 Ps. So it's great that you have used your time in Caelestinus to maybe shift your accents. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And we are, as I can see, as everybody can see from the new screen that just popped up, we will be moving on to ELA Health. So ELA Health, whom have we got?
Hi, my name is Vina. I'm the
Hi,
CEO.
Vina. Hi, Vina.
Hi.
I just wanted to say hello.
Yes.
It was great meeting up at the Ready 25 in Orlando, and
Yes.
I'm so happy to have you here. So I felt I had to say hello before you do your pitch magic. Now the floor is yours, and please go ahead.
No, yeah, it was great meeting you and all the other teams in Florida. Yeah, and like I mentioned, I'm the CEO and co-founder of ELA Health, which is a nonprofit health tech startup dedicating to making health insurance literacy accessible anytime, anywhere. We are made up of a team of passionate students with core values of education, literacy, and awareness. The problem we've chosen to solve is inadequate health insurance literacy because this affects various sectors of the healthcare space, beginning with the patient. When patients don't understand their health insurance, they end up spending long times on customer care lines, phone calls, and they have to read through 200-page plan documents. They go to the doctor and find out they're not covered for something, and this leads to lower self-esteem and overall lower health outcomes. Consequently, this affects insurers, health workers, employers, and government policy initiatives. But why should we solve this problem now? Well, according to a study conducted in the US, 1 in 2 health insurance holders have inadequate health insurance literacy. But the problem has financial implications too. If you take the time spent by employees dealing with health insurance administration, it amounts to an approximately $21 billion loss to the economy, with approximately half of this spent at work. So our solution is to make learning on the go. What if you could have something that could teach you about your health insurance wherever you were, whenever you wanted? which is why we've created a one-stop shop app for your medical coverage. You can have your dental, vision, medical savings account, health insurance plans, all on one app on your phone, with key features such as reminder notifications to make you proactive about your benefits, a secure platform, an AI assistant you can chat with and ask questions, and have definitions for all the key terms you need to understand your health insurance. We hope to revolutionize the healthcare system by bridging the gap between financial literacy and health literacy, ultimately improving health outcomes for patients. So now for our technology. We're excited to use InterSystems products to get patient-specific data for insurance providers into the ELA Health app and into the hands of customers in real time. We're happy to share that our AI assistant is powered by the AWS credits, which we've received through participation in this program, and we've utilized the Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Kendra services to create a customized chat assistant which can talk to you about your health insurance. And now we invite you to explore our app. This is created using Medicare sandbox data for a John Doe user. And John could go to his medical page, for example, and see the details of the plan he's enrolled in. He could have a coverage breakdown of all the services that he has, and he can also have descriptions of what exactly is not covered by his plan to avoid unexpected things that he finds out when he goes to the doctor's office. He can also see all his claims with a cost breakdown of what he paid versus what his plan paid for everything that he's prescribed or if he had any doctor checkups. He has reminder notifications to remind him to make use of his benefits, and a key terms page which is imported straight from the healthcare.gov glossary. If he wants to chat, he can ask our AI assistant, which is coming up next. So our AI assistant is created using, it has plan documents for a sample Blue Shield of California bronze tier insurance plan. And so let's just call this guy Bob, and he's asking, how much would I pay when I go for my annual physical? Because he doesn't know. So our AI assistant has this knowledge base of plan documents, the healthcare.gov glossary, and these plan documents are around 200 pages long, along with the summary page too. So it collects all this information and summarizes it and answers this question of Bob's. As you can see, it's generating a response now. And it says, well, good news is you wouldn't have to pay anything as long as you use a participating provider. But now Bob has a follow-up. So he says he sees this is called a preventative health service. So he's wondering, well, are there any other preventative health services which I could have and possibly, maximize my benefits and at the same time get healthier faster? And so ultimately we're putting patients on the track to improving their health outcomes by maximizing their benefits. Now, as you can see, another feature over here is the sources, which is actually our newest feature in the chat, which was actually created after our most recent demo at the InterSystems conference in Florida, where many people expressed that they would like to see the exact place where this information came from, which is why all our answers now from this chatbot have they also answer, like here you can see a list of preventative services, and right at the bottom you can see the exact locations that these came from, and if you click on these, they open up to the snippets from the actual documents, which, as you can see here, they list some preventative health services, and each one has a different snippet. So we hope to provide this educational app free of charge to all insured individuals in the US, which is why we're seeking to collaborate with clients such as employers and insurance companies who can facilitate this through a subscription model and make this a reality for users. We ask for pilot users, payers, and/or individuals who would be interested in being the first to use our app and provide feedback, and we're also seeking venture philanthropy and donations. Thank you all for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
So thank you, Vina, for your pitch. I am setting Slido. So far, we don't have questions, but I'm sure they will pop up. So maybe you might want to tell us something about two things that I may not have been paying attention, but it's like competition and then your business model.
Yes. So for competition, I guess the main thing that you could compare this against would be So a customer service hotline for an insurance company, well, you could get the answers, you could definitely get your answers, but one thing is you would have to be on the phone line for hours, or if you couldn't reach your insurance company on the phone, you would have to read through, again, a 200-page plan document. So that would be like the direct comparison if this app wasn't there. And you would have to find that information and read through all the wording. And we found that plan documents are usually, or many of these definitions and stuff are written around a 9th to 10th grade level, and it's hard for people to understand because studies have shown that an 8th grade level is optimal for people to understand their health information, which is why our app is tailored to that to improve that problem. And another alternative could be like a regular chat site that you could find on Google, like ChatGPT, something like that. But the key disadvantage of using that versus this app is it's not tailored to your insurance plan documents, and it has a risk of providing inaccurate information since it could get answers anywhere from the internet. And your other question was about
business model.
Yes. So we're hoping to, with the goal of providing this free to users, partnering with insurance companies. But to do this, we're one benefit for the patients is by insurance companies subscribing to this, they can have their users become more healthy by making use of preventative services, which benefits the patients by improving their health, but also benefits insurance companies by having less payouts as patients are not acquiring chronic diseases because they're using these health services and intervening early so that they don't get sick later. And also like a competitive advantage. So like say you choose this insurance plan, you would have the app, which could help you become more knowledgeable and more healthier.
Right, but if I understand it correctly, it's about the insurance companies that might push the uptake or maybe finance it or maybe get an exclusive deal with you on such an app. Is that something you might consider?
Yeah, so we are considering like maybe the first few who are willing to collaborate with us to have some exclusive benefits for like a few years or having some early adoption perks,
Right. So is it US specific, or have you thought about taking this global to the rest of the world?
We're beginning with US specific, but as we gauge the markets of other countries, like I've heard feedback from some people in India, they also have trouble navigating their health insurance. So after exploring this in the US, going to other countries and finding out if people have similar health insurance issues, then expanding.
As we have last minute, is there a question? Last one, Evgeny, go ahead.
Hi, Vina. This is really exciting to hear your progress. And my question is about that. So it's great plans, but maybe you can share with the audience what could be the direct next steps towards your implementation journey.
Yeah, so our next steps would be, we recently got access to the InterSystems product, so integrating with that technology to get the direct transfer of data so it's live on the app, and then starting with one pilot, maybe an insurance company or a group of say 50 users who could integrate their plan info, customize it to that specific insurance plan, and have this on their phone so that we could start with one, and eventually after that pilot's successful, get multiple insurance plans on the same app. So,
sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vina, and thank you all ELA Health team for your pitch. We will be moving on to ClaimKit. ClaimKit, that's KIT, not KID, because ClaimKit could be also something probably you will not want to raise no further. But ClaimKit, that sounds really useful. So whom have we got?
Hi, Thomas. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Osama. I'm fine. I'm doing the best job in the world. That's just helping you. And I can't wait to be impressed about your progress. So go ahead.
Yeah. So hi, everyone. My name is Osama Latrash. I'm a co-founder and COO of ClaimKit. ClaimKit exists today as a startup in the market to help healthcare providers overcome a huge issue, which is financial cash flow issues that causes hospital to lose more than 2.5 million US dollars on an annual basis because of insurance claims rejections. When we've dug deeper into the issue and we've met doctors from our region, which is the MENA region, and other regions like Europe, from Belgium, from Asia, from Indonesia, Thailand, we've identified that 83% of the issue is because doctors are writing incompliant and incomplete notes that contain errors that causes these rejections. And it usually takes a claim around 24 to 48 hours to be processed. And each rejection causes the hospital around $106 to fix and submit again. So what we did as ClaimKit, we created a solution that uses AI LLM that, based on the insurance documentations, the insurance policy, and other documentations related to medical rejections, technical rejections, contractual rejections, and then we transform the doctor notes through our AI, we review it, and we provide review results to the doctor that could lead this claim later on to be rejected. And we give these reasons to the doctor, where the doctor can then decide to enhance or just leave it as it is. Once the notes have been enhanced according to the technical contracts, according to the policy of the patient, according to the care pathway that is followed in that country, whether it is NICE care pathway or integrated care pathway, and then it enhances the note. It includes any ICDs, it includes any CPTs according to the hospital's customized CPTs, because here in the region, some hospitals actually customize their CPT according to specific needs. And the other thing is that what we do after generating all of these, we connect to the hospital through API integration. We don't provide the doctor a new dashboard where they write their systems. And here in the region, there have been new regulators to coordinate and monitor the process of transforming or claiming for reimbursements between healthcare providers and the insurance companies. These requests must go through these regulators, like Dhamani in Oman, like Nafis in Saudi Arabia. And one of the biggest issues that have been rising in the last 2 years since these regulators came in is interoperability, where they faced huge issues connecting these systems together with public sector and private sector hospitals. And that's where we use InterSystems Iris data platform to actually transform any data coming from or to the insurance come from health providers or from the insurance companies to FHIR or FHL7, which is the norm that is followed here in the region. We also provide a dashboard for management and RCM departments and IT departments to control all this process. And we go into more detail where we provided also a template builder to reconfigure our AI response to the fields available in the hospital's existing EMR, where it allows for the integration to be more seamless, to be fast, and with approximately zero disruption to the current system and current flow of the business unit. What separates us from other competitors is that we are trying to become a proactive solution where we prevent the issue before it actually happens. This is why we are working at the doctor level. Most of the solutions available, they're trying to, specifically here in the region, they're trying to solve the issue after it happens. Once the claim has been rejected, then we will work on the denial reasons, which is what we have already created in our ClaimKit API hub, which is called denial management later on, which happens automatically in our solution. The market opportunity is looking amazing. In Oman only, we have around 3 million claims generated annually with 20% rejection rates out of those 3 million. The MENA region, it grows exponentially higher at 17 billion claims annually with 20% rejection percentage, and 112 billion claims annually globally with 25 to 20% rejections. Our traction to date is that we moved on from an MVP validation and fundraising phase. We currently have 2 paying clients. We have 4 POCs converting soon. We have one of the biggest private sector hospitals chains in the region, which is Aster Hospitals. They have around the region, GCC region, more than 55 or 60 hospital branches. Our contract with them is for 260,000 claims. They are early adopters. We've given them a very good discount in order for them to adopt the solution. Other than that, we have We have collaboration with Trifork, one of the biggest technology companies in the region, and the Ministry of Health. This collaboration will allow ClaimKit to be the RCM module within a health exchange platform to connect the private sector hospital with the public sector hospital with the regulators. But the same issue of the interoperability is still there. This is why this collaboration is happening. It will happen through our ClaimKit solution that is integrated with Iris Data Platform. As of the round we have currently, we are raising 750,000. We already had 350,000 secured, closed from Plus VC and Omantel. Our target is to reach 700 to 1.2 million claims annually. This will allow us to generate around 1 million to 1.5 million annual recurring revenue. We already have communication in Saudi Arabia with the Saudi German hospital, in Qatar with the Imadi hospital. We've already met with the Minister of Health in Qatar, also with the Minister of Health in Oman. We're also communication with the American Bahraini hospital in Bahrain. Plus VC is actually, their LP is one of the board members of Aster Chain. So that's an easy penetration market for us. As for the team, we have our CEO, Mohammed Khalil. He has a mechanical engineering actually background, but the amazing thing about this guy is he can sell anything. He has amazing sales skills, and all of these contracts, all of these meetings, we're landing with big personals. He's managing to get us. We have Professor Anis, our CTO. He is classified as top 2% artificial intelligence researchers globally by Stanford University. He's the brains for our AI algorithms and models. Myself, Osama Latarash, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've managed to build startups before. I've actually mentored startups to raise funds and managed to succeed through pre-seed, seed to up to Series B rounds of funding. And finally, with ClaimKit, practice medicine, not paperwork.
Well, that's been a fascinating pitch, Osama. Quickly, let's jump onto questions. So do you have a lead investor?
Yes, Omantel is our lead investor.
Okay, right then. You already mentioned some competition, but the question is, do you already see competition popping out in MENA region?
Yes, actually, when we started, ClaimKit is around maybe 9 months old now, but when we started, there was zero competition in the MENA region. There was only one huge company, two huge companies. Actually, one of them is Waystar in the United States, valued at around $4 billion US dollars. That is doing the same thing, but in the MENA region, there was zero. Now we're seeing some companies trying to do it. We understand after 9 months of living the journey, we understand what is the cycle of a sales cycle for one client. We understand what are the kind of documentations you're going to need, what kind of the connections you're going to need, with who in the insurance companies connections to get the information, because even if you're using AI, you need ground truth, and you can only get ground truth from expert, and that's what we did.
Right. So any questions from our audience? Or Evgeny, is it going to be you again?
Hey, Osama, here. What great to really passionate pitch, and and great to see your progress. My question is, what could it looks like you're doing really great in MENA region, but this is RCM, this is kind of global program. Do you plan any expansion out of MENA also?
Yes, as I've mentioned, we've already have communications and demos with the hospitals in Indonesia, in Thailand, in France, and there's correct me, my co-founder Khalil, if I'm wrong, there's one in Belgium. Is it in Belgium or Netherlands? So yes, we're already communicating with multiple clients all around the globe. The vision actually of ClaimKit is to become an API hub that is accessible for healthcare providers to provide AI-enabled health services globally with seamless integration and zero disruption. So yeah, the global market is already in our sight.
Perfect. Thank you, Osama. I think claims will only rise. There is only one direction. For claims, it's up and up they go.
Exactly.
And thank you again for your great pitch.
Thank you.
So that was ClaimKit, one of our 19 incubees that either have spoken or will speak now at the final demo day. We still have 4 to go, and the next one is Virgilant, and I hereby would like to invite Virgilant. Let's see who is going to pop up.
Hello, Thomas. I'm in costume.
Jonathan.
I am in costume today.
The same. Oh, well, let's have this Caprio to Caprio kind of talk.
Right, exactly. Thank you for this opportunity to present. My name is Jonathan Tarpey, and I will share my screen. I think we can.
No signing screen yet.
Sorry. Yeah, I have to do all these authorizations. Yeah, so I'm one of those guys who was trying to test my Zoom share screen while others were talking, but then I was like, oh no, it's going to show up. So I think I have to restart Zoom. Can I put it into the chat, and would you mind sharing it for me if I just drag my presentation into the chat?
Yeah, please do.
I'm sorry about this. Boom. All right. Let me know if you have it. Sorry, Thomas, and thank you. Apparently it wasn't I had to restart it to authorize.
So I'll ask Peter if he could try sharing it. Here we go.
Thank you, Peter. All right.
Great.
So Virgilant, we have been a team that have been studying the intersection of evolving technologies like microsensors and material science, AI, etc., how that intersects with the patient care journey, specifically for chronic respiratory diseases. Okay, we can move forward. A chronic disease, it means, in essence, it's a disease that hasn't found a cure yet. So the only thing you can really do is manage the symptoms well in order for the patient to utilize fewer medical services and have a better quality of life. We can proceed. So 7 to 8% of the population of the world has a chronic respiratory disease. That's equivalent to like 5 to 600 million people. And these are defined as people who suffer from one of the chronic respiratory diseases, such as chronic asthma, COPD, and require ongoing care. Next, please. This is the general burden of the disease, the general global impact that this particular set of diseases has. Just an overview of it. We don't have to dwell too long on it, but it's a lot of people. It's a lot of healthcare spend. It's a lot of tragedy and destruction in its wake, this disease. These diseases, it's 2 or 3 of the major chronic asthma and COPD, let's say, are the biggest players. Let's go forward. We've got a great team. Like I said, we've been working on research and development basically for the past 10 years. We've got medical scientists, we've got physicists, fluid dynamics experts, medical specialists, doctors, health system administrator, physicians, and we've been at it for quite some time. So we've accomplished some milestones with our first generation of technology, and now we're on generation 3 of the technology that we've conceptualized to address the story of chronic respiratory diseases and how to properly manage them. So let's move forward. Thank you, Peter, by the way. So in addition to the numbers we just saw, just a side note is that there's another 1/3 of that number that lacks access to care. That means for geographic reasons, for economic reasons, they simply don't have access to care to manage these diseases. Let's go forward. This is So the problem with the current standard is that it's generally the same as it was in the 1950s. You have a high velocity inhaler and you take it as often as a doctor tells you to take it. Seems easy enough. The problem is that the design of these inhalers, the mechanical design, is such that less than 5% of the drug actually gets to the lungs. Fewer than 50% of patients are adherent, so they don't take their drug when they should. Part of that is because when they take it, it's all swallowed, and then they feel uncomfortable, and it's just a vicious cycle of poor adherence. There's very little evidence-based data that physicians can rely upon in terms of the patient-kept records that would allow them to guide the patient onto a better path of outcomes. That's why we see these poor outcomes. Next, please. So our solution, just really quickly, is a smart inhaler that guides the patient into a better care journey that's combined with a mobile app that coaches the patient in that care journey. And the data points that are generated in that symbiotic relationship are anonymized and delivered to a portal where healthcare professionals can manage patient populations. So they can see, of my 10,000 patients, how many of them have been non-adherent for the last 4 days, and how many of those are likely to experience an attack if they're not back on their medicines quickly. And so we can drill down real specifically in patient populations. Next, please. So this is the step one of the solution. It's a smart inhaler that combines a symptom monitor. Next, please. And what I mean by that is we've re-engineered the mechanical aspects of it, that we're getting a full dose to the lungs and we're reducing by 70% the amount of drug that's swallowed, which impacts adherence down the road, and it impacts the bioresponse of the drug. Because it wasn't designed, these drugs were not designed to be swallowed. The second is adherence. We provide adherence coaching, which in studies have shown a 50% increase in adherence. The 70% decrease in drug deposited was studied by the University of Texas in Austin. The study on that was published by the Journal of Pharmaceutical Innovation, which is a Springer scientific publication. Next, please. Second step in the product solution is the mobile app, which basically provides, next slide. It's an AI-enabled chatbot, basically, that guides the patient through an ideal day of their user experience. It provides charts and visualizations. We try to incentivize the patient to become more active in their own care. And then there's a 24/7 support layer that sits upon that, which is AI-driven, but also manned by the cloud-based care team that we talked about earlier, which we'll see on the next slide, which is what we call Virgil, which is the cloud-based managed care platform where theoretically tens of thousands of patients using the smart inhaler and connecting to their app will now have an oversight of a care team that will manage their care in between physician visits in order to reduce these. We can go to the next slide. The goal, of course, is being to reduce the symptoms that the patient experiences, which cuts down on the hospitalizations and emergency room visits, which cuts down on the spend that is required to care for that patient. And so we can move to the next slide. And so the promise really here is improve compliance to care, improve the symptoms, and the patient has a better quality of life if you suffer from a chronic disease. Unfortunately, we're not there yet where we have a cure, but if this is your state, this technology can help you to have a better life, basically, while you deal with this disease. And our clinical outcomes promises are that if we bring up compliance, we bring down emergencies. We bring down emergencies, we bring down spend. So there's a real business argument here that we have with the payers, which in the United States are largely insurance companies, probably around the world too. They're just, some are private, some are government run, but it's the same bottom line. They got to service a wide group of people at the lowest cost. Next slide, please. So the objective here is to become the new standard of care in chronic respiratory disease management. And by doing that, we believe that it requires a hardware-software collaboration because in order to, and we can move to the next slide too. In order to be the best in terms of the AI model development and validation, there needs to be high fidelity, high quality data source. And as you know, part of our mission is to develop the key technology, the core technology that becomes the data source capture at the point of use, which will feed into better quality AI models, which feeds into potentially new treatment modalities, and eventually, who knows where that takes us? We don't know, but that's the exciting part. So our mission is to, and that's it. With that, that's the end of the presentation. I just wanted to say our mission is primarily to provide something that we think would benefit society. What do you call it? Like clob together all of these technologies into a system that, when implemented, is a net benefit for every level of society, from the patients to the caregivers to the physician's workload to the amount of spend that is being devoted towards this, which could be better spent elsewhere. And with that, thanks for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, for your pitch. Let's have some questions. So far, I can't see anything on Slido, but let's maybe ask Evgeny.
Nice
Thank
hat.
you, Jonathan, for inspiring presentation. Actually, you, as I see, you promise a lot to patients, yes, and so, but amongst all the benefits, which one is you pay the most attention? Like, which is where you focused? Is it like adherence or something that related to smart features of the new generation of inhalers of devices? What is the main value, if you may?
Yeah, great question. So I would say the main value is high quality data feedback loop on this disease. So we need to know, is the patient taking their medicine? If so, what response is coming from the body? And how do we use data analysis to address that? But to get there, I believe we had to build the best medical device for drug delivery first. If we can do that, which is what we're primarily focused on, if we can do that and get uptake into the market, get grandfathered into the market, because it's just a better mousetrap. It's a better way of delivering this drug to the patient in an inhaled environment. That opens up access then to the broad data set that we need to then generate AI models for how to properly treat this patient, how to deliver remote care. One of our big initial goals, is to be able to make quality care available to all who need it by leveraging the technologies to do 90% of the work. You just need a physician in the cloud to sign off and to do the actual decision making. But the day-to-day care of this patient can all be done remotely, can all be done via technologies that exist in the world today. We just have to put them together correctly and then roll them out. And so, I mean, I could be wrong, but my assumption was that to do that, we got to start this at the source of the problem, which is the patient isn't getting a full dose. The patient's not using their medicine and they're not getting a full dose.
Mm-hmm.
So anything we do above that, it's meaningless. We can drive adherence to a bad activity, and we're just doing more damage in some ways. So we had to fix the activity in order to then drive the adherence. We spent a lot of time on the adherence too. We have great doctors who have designed that approach. And then the third step is, once you have a good activity and good adherence to it, then you have the ability with high quality data to develop something, to develop some model that can run this remotely and using AI. But in the beginning, it's very much the gates are monitored by healthcare providers. So we've teamed up with an organization that has trained asthma coaches in the United States. More than 50 states, they're certified already. And what they do is going to provide the oversight of the platform. If they see patients are starting to become non-adherent or experiencing low lung function, because remember, there's a lung function monitor on the device, then they can step in and we can trigger an outreach.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Sorry, Evgeny, is there a follow-up?
Yeah, actually, maybe a short question. So, sounds amazing, but do you have investors for this innovation? And if you can mention, and when do you plan to go to the market? So, like this year, next year?
Yeah, so I have angel investors primarily. So some of the people on our board, they contribute time. Some of them have invested. So we're self-funded so far. We're in talks with pharma, the top of the food chain. If we can get piggybacked on the device, we're good. We're in talks with the National Health Insurance, CMS here in the United States, to figure out how we can deploy within their organization. So we have the key partnerships lined up in the various levels of the market entry. So we're looking at that now and thinking about how our entry point. But we're pushing on all of those potential entry points, and hopefully one, if not more, of those entry points will open, in the sense that pharma signs on, we get collaboration with CMS to deploy it through their insurance company, and then we do a patient-focused marketing campaign and physician campaign through health systems to kind of roll out into the US market that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your pitch. And it's been great seeing you again. Even in the cap, you look great, as we all do. When I spoke last time, I spoke to Leonardo. I told him how great he looks, and then he should wear it for all photo ops. And I think I'm glad that he stuck to my advice. So thank you for your pitch. And again, I'm hoping when my next asthma attack viciously surprises me, I'll have one of your devices on me. So thank you again.
Absolutely. There should be no vicious surprises, Thomas. That's what we're trying to work on, is if we can remove those vicious surprises from your life, that's our job. That's our job well done. Wow. So happy to.
Right. Thank you, Jonathan. And thanks, Virgilant, for being part of the 2025 Caelestinus cohort. Before we move on to Darwinist, just a quick note. I know that there have been issues with the sound for some of the teams in our streaming. So we couldn't hear quite well the xAID pitch and some of the ELA Health pitch, but there'll be sound in the recording that we will be posting on the website once the streaming is over. But I'd like to suggest, if you want to maybe give us your pitch one more time, because it was so good, and if you'd still like for us to hear it now without any difficulties, or for those that are watching the streaming online, there'll be a chance for xAID and ELA Health to give the pitch once more after HealthBridge AI, which is the last team to pitch. So you can think about it. As I've said, the recording of the pitches will be fine. With the sound will be fine. It will be there. It will stay on the website. But if you still want to give it another go, who are watching us online via the website or via YouTube, then please make up your minds and let us know via the chat here that you'd like to pitch again after HealthBridge AI. This regards xAID and ELA Health, where there were some problems with the sound, and those that watch the pitches online via Caelestinus Tech and or via YouTube may not have heard your pitch. So that's my offer to you. We will gladly provide the space, and apologies for the inconvenience. These things still happen despite all the technology looking in great shape and immune to any glitches. As you know, still there are humans in the loop. Sometimes it's not functioning as well as we would love to. So xAID and ELA Health, do let us know whether you'd like to pitch again. At the end, just post a message on our discussion here on Zoom. Well, with that, offer an apology. I'd like to invite Darwinist to give their pitch. So are you ready to pitch, Darwinist?
No, we're not ready to pitch because we've only just decided as of yesterday that we're looking for investment. But what I'm going to try and do, is show you a narrative of what we've been up to and where we're going. And then maybe we can answer some questions about what our investment plan is.
Right, Andrew. So can't wait.
Let me share my screen. Let me just check there's nothing incriminating first. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, so we don't have a deck, so I'm just going to show you the website. We've only just started putting our sort of marketing together, but generally, this is what we're looking at. We're kind of focused on the NHS, which our investment advisor has told us is a terrible idea because the perception of the NHS and every public healthcare system as being very, very slow and difficult to work with. But basically, we're putting this together as something that would be attractive to a public healthcare system. We want to have very, very clear upfront pricing per patient. So we're putting together a clinical information system, which is very focused towards building specific pathways. I'll show you in a moment what that means. We have a radiology module already, and we have a summary AI module. These modules exactly fit the use cases of our first two clients. But basically, we've got a radiology customer, we've got a customer for summary AI, and we realized that we had to string together a clinical information system in order to make these technologies work. So basically, this is what we've been asked to produce. What we've been asked for, I mean, this is what we've come up with for a mental health trust in the UK. They've got a terrible problem with discharge notes. Somebody's been in mental health, been using a mental health service, or they've been an inpatient in mental health, or they've had a journey through mental health, and this generates a lot of information. Discharge notes are terrible, universally across the world, we've been informed. And basically, what this is intended is a tool where we can extract out information from a longitudinal patient record, and then we can start to, with a clinician in the loop, boil this down into more structured information. And I won't bore you all by clicking all of these buttons, so I'll just click the big expensive button here. So basically, this is intended that a clinician can relatively quickly go through and start to summarize all of these different notes. These are all actually AI generated, so there's no patient information here. And then essentially can then from all of these then produce a summary. And this is currently configured to produce it takes a while because it's quite big. And this is then configured to produce a discharge summary, which would be appropriate for sending up to the primary care practitioner, GP, to social services, to the police. There's forensic implications for this, and other stakeholders in that person's care. It's been identified that discharge notes are a primary reason for people relapsing because the other agencies just can't find out what happened to this person during their mental health, during their sort of inpatient stay or mental health journey. So this is for a NHS customer. This is currently going through the final stages of IT approval. We've done all of the background work to keep IT happy, and they are happy. And this looks like it's going to be rolling ahead in the next 4 to 6 weeks. Our second customer, please excuse the very, very basic interface. Our second customer is a teleradiology, a very small teleradiology provider. And basically they want to get bigger, and their current PACS RIS systems are very expensive, very, very difficult. And so we're building for them a PACS RIS. It's very, very basic at this stage. It's basically just some DICOMs, and then we've got this we didn't build this. This is a very, very nice Lithuanian product. It's very fast as well. So this is actually my MRI that I had about a month ago. And this is my slip disc about there. So these are basically the products that we're currently developing for our customers. And as I said, the clinical information system, we realized that we have to do that to deliver on the summary AI on the radiology. This is roughly where we're going with this clinic information system, it's very, very focused towards specific pathways. And so we wanted to have a quick and easy way that if a healthcare provider has a poorly performing healthcare with poor quality technology, that we could very, very quickly and easily pull together a good quality pathway that would enable, so we want to enable that healthcare provider to be able to quickly and easily pull together a pathway for £1 per patient per year, essentially. And this is what we've come up with. I just want to show you that this is generated. So all of this pathway and all of these forms are generated from JSON. It's all fully auto-generated and auto-tested as well. So it's actually quite nice how all of this comes together. Actually, it's been quite nice to work on this. And so basically, we're able to create these pathways. But what we're also able to do with this is also integrate these types of AI summaries into these pathways. And this enables us to do these types of workflows, which is a front door, digital front door. And this basically, we have some clinical information system, which is receiving a GP referral request. It's reaching out to the patient to collect some information. It's maybe scraping some patient medical records. And then there's a simple AI function medical device in the middle of that, which will then point that specific patient to a specific pathway. So these are the kind of workflows that we're looking for, as well as ADHD, as well as things like we're talking to potential customers about doing companion apps for drugs to check compliance, to check side effects, that kind of stuff. We're looking at oncology pathways, specifically looking at oncology pathways with chemotherapy and for cardiac toxicity. We're very interested in the InterSystems Fire server. We'd like to actually get testing on that. Currently, we're doing everything based on the Azure Health Data Services. The Fire and DICOM stuff from Microsoft is very, very good, but we really, really want to have alternatives. This is on the website. So if you go to documents, and it's down here at the bottom, we're just actually releasing this. This is a body of work that we're doing about the adoption of clinical AI into the NHS trusts. We actually know now who all of the providers of AI are into the NHS. It's predominantly radiology, and we've got some quite interesting stuff there. We strongly advise a read and some feedback. And yeah, on a final note, our product page is here. It's still fairly early. We talk about AI functions as a medical device on there, and some platform features. We came up with this like literally 2 days ago, so please excuse it's not ideal at the moment. We are still very much two guys in a garage or two guys in a shed, which is myself doing technology and my partner Scott doing administration. He's the one that wrote this entire report and also the majority of our documents and materials in our blog.
Andrew, sorry, we need to move forward to question time.
Yes, I'm done anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. So my question is, so what are your next steps in terms of product development, or what do you need at this moment?
So we just reached the point. So we've got really, really good engagement with customers, and also NHS as well has been very, very very good. They like the pricing model. They are looking for ways to integrate AI, and I think we found a really, really good way of doing that. But what we're looking for now is to understand what the growth of the business is going to look like and how are we going to scale this. And obviously, therefore, we are looking for investment. And we're also realized that we are perhaps looking for guidance on how we would approach investors as well. We've realized that this is a gap that we have. We've done quite well pulling together all of this research. We've done quite well pulling together all of this technology. But in terms of pulling this together as a business, this is where we need help. This is where we're lacking. So we're currently working with a couple of investment advisors, and yeah, we're really, really keen to talk to anybody who's got some guidance on how we move forward with this. We are currently not blocked. We've got access to customers. We are generating revenue, small amounts of revenue, but it's enough to keep the lights on. But yeah, we're not in a scalable position. For a scalable position, we will need investment.
Thanks. So one last question.
Hi, Andrew.
Hiya.
Yeah, great to see you again. So my question will be, and maybe it will help also in understanding how, in a venture raising scope. Like, yeah, the question is, are you startup like from a venture standpoint with some problem you solve, like a product that scales, or you mostly inclined to be a consultancy? What's like your business strategy, if you can share?
So very, very much a product. So our intention is to build a product where, I mean, essentially we're building a new clinical information system. That's accidentally, we were trying to avoid it, but in the end, that's what happened. And on that platform, healthcare providers can build AI-enabled pathways. And we can take data, and everything's built on top of FHIR as well. So the interoperability piece is rather solved. So we can take data out, run our own pathway, and then put data back. But very, very much a product. We're very much staying away from being an. I mean, there's always like a little bit of consultancy. There's always a little bit of integration, but we are very much focused on building an IP-able product.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Evgeny, for the question. We now will be moving on to control robotics.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah, is it? Hi, Steve. Is the background noise coming from you, or is it someone else?
I'm actually at a hospital right now doing some demos, so I'm apologizing if it's a bit noisy.
You are in the heat of your robots right in situ in hospital, so it's nice to see you again. And it was pleasure chatting with you at Ready 25. But now let's hear you pitch control robotics.
Okay, amazing. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity and for also the spot in the accelerator. I'm going to take you through quickly where our product started before we, introduced HL7 and FHIR messages and worked with InSystems on this demo that we're about to show. And then I'll kind of jump into the demo and show exactly where the improvements are. So just so that everyone's got a good understanding on the call of, effectively what we do, I'm going to play this quick video. But, we deliver medicines in a hospital with robots. So this interface that you're about to see right now is a manual tool designed so that you could load an item on an order. So you decide which items you want and then put them on which robot you want to send them. You put in a code and the door opens, and then that particular item that you have, scanned in is going to be delivered. So in this instance, there's 2 deliveries going to 2 different locations, and I'll just kind of scrub through so you can kind of see what happens. But, it goes to the doors, goes down the corridor, makes it, it's quite a big hospital at this location, and then, makes it inside the elevator, and then goes and takes its trip to, in this case, the 6th floor, pops out, and then, makes a delivery straight to the nursing station, makes a phone call and says the robot's there. And the nurse has their own unique code, and they're able to unlock the robot and then receive the item that's inside. So that's pretty much the gist of the platform, start to finish as it is in a very manual process. Now, that particular site, I'll show you quickly, is pushing a serious amount of numbers in terms of the actual drugs that are being delivered. So if I pull up, this is 1 year's operation, and they've delivered almost 90,000 items, or rather 90,000 deliveries. We would assume somewhere at about 1 million items that we've delivered over the year. And unfortunately, we just don't know what's inside each item because it's manually loaded, as I just showed you on that video. So what we effectively started to do is we started to query the HL7 and the FHIR data from Epic to be able to build batches. So inside of this, what you can kind of see here is a stream of the orders that are coming from the pharmacy that are ready to go. And effectively what our tool is doing is that they are batching orders into the same location and generating that order directly for the pharmacy techs, so they don't have to have that manual process. So in each of these batches, they are pulling data directly from the message. So this is the order number that's there. And we're not storing patient information or any, sort of sensitive stuff. All we're basically storing is the order ID, the item, and then the quantity of that said item and which location it's going to. So here's a number of batches that are done. And if you go into our interface, you'll see as I'm pulling and creating batches, all these batches are pulled and they're all waiting on each individual robot ready to go. So if I open this batch, it will say I need to go to 5 Heart, which is a department, 4 Heart, CCU, Cath, which is an ICU lab. And basically all these departments have their orders preloaded. And we've set this up so that a batch is created every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes when there's items ready to go, it'll automatically sort it. These batches are still open and you can see as they're changing because more items are being placed inside to these different locations as well. And we're taking into consideration volume, weight, size, speed and necessity of that particular item. And then we create these batches. And then the techs only need to go to the robot and double check that what they have matches what's on the screen and that they can load the items inside and send it. And we reduce a significant amount of the data capturing that needs to be done. And we can actually have real information about the items that are inside each robot. And then when the nurse signs for that delivery that comes out at the correct floor, the chain of custody is closed and we can see all the users involved. So for example, here, actually, let me open up this one and I'll show you pretty much how this works. So, I can open up an order and I can see, let's go down here to a completed order. I can see the people, the dispatch numbers of the individuals that signed for it and loaded it, and all the places it went to and the timestamps of all those locations that they went to. And now, as we are adding the InterSystems interoperability engine, all of our customers will now be able to actually query which items were inside and which person signed for it and loaded it. So if they need to track down medication, they can find it much easier. And that's pretty much the gist of what we did through the accelerator, is that we use the interoperability engine to query medicines that were ready to be dispensed and delivered, and just sorted them and loaded them on the robot and cut down a significant amount of admin time for pharmacy techs, but also gave a lot of context to deliveries now, so we can actually do real traceability, chain of custody, and stock and inventory control. I think it was a good 5 minutes. Yeah,
that was amazing. 5 minutes. I actually liked that it had this like demo feel all the time, or the real time feeling. So great. I have a question from Slido. Are there any other planned robots use cases aside of medicine delivery?
Yes, that's right. We have 25 different robots on our platform. I'm just kind of showing what we're doing with pharmacy because it is the most data intensive, but we have robots dedicated for EBS, which is like waste disposal. Basically, a robot will go and pick up an entire waste cart and take it from one side of the hospital to the other. Those same robots you saw in the video are being used in labs to collect samples from different departments. We have a different robot we've designed particularly for pharmacy to do replenishment of the ADC cabinets from Pyxis and Omnicell, which are the two sort of leaders in the market. And then there are other robots as well for all different kind of functions, from like cleaning to customer assistance. And we even have a self-driving wheelchair that's going on our platform in a couple of months, dedicated to patient transfer and mobility. So we have a whole range of things, but what we focused on specifically, our biggest pain point was the actual items inside the compartments. And that's what we dedicated our time in the accelerator to do.
Right, Steve. So, are you brazing
Yes.
now, or what's your?
So we have just confirmed the 3 next hospitals that are getting installations of our equipment over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We have a pipeline of 6 more sort of lining up, and we've just done a deal with a channel partner that has 1,800 hospitals registered, vendorized, and wants to help us, into the market. So we are scaling up dramatically, especially in the US, and we're raising $2.5 million right now to execute that, because we're actually struggling to keep up with the demand, and we have too many hospitals and not enough capital to actually deploy all these locations. So yes, we are raising. It's 2.5 million right now at a $15 million valuation.
Right. So another question, maybe from Evgeny.
So this is really impressive, and glad to see the progress. And I'm curious. So you mentioned that you use leverage intersystems interoperability, and my question is regarding this. Is it like robots? They interact directly with EHR, or you have they first like talk to some platform? How does it work? Like, is it a bidirectional interaction?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Very good question. So right now what we're doing is just read. We're just reading from the EHR. And it is directly on our platform, and we are using InSystems Iris for Health to do this. So we're basically putting Iris for Health, in an instance, and we're managing it on our servers within AWS. And then that data gets pushed down through our API and loads on the robot. So, we've built that sort of connection point as it is. Where we are right now is that we're reading only, just so that we can track the data, and we're storing all the transactional data, as we could call it, on our platform. But once we kind of get over the next hurdles and get, approval so that we can write to the database, then we will be doing full updates from start to finish, and effectively the full chain of custody will be reflected inside of the EHR. But for the moment, we're just reading data.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. But this sounds really exciting and innovative, and looking forward.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Stephen, for the update and kind of peek into the system behind the curtains. I really love that. And as I told you in Orlando at Ready, I'll be reaching out to talk about some hospitals that might be interested in your robots.
Greatly appreciate that.
Thanks again. And with that, we are moving on to our very last pitch, our very last Caelestinus, which is HealthBridge AI. Unfortunately, Nelson can't be here with us physically at this moment, but we have a video that he put together. And so let me ask Peter to play his video pitch. So that's HealthBridge AI.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Nelson Lau, CEO and founder of HealthBridge AI. I'm sorry I can't be at the presentation today virtually, and this is a pre-recorded presentation. So thank you everyone for the opportunity to pitch to you today. I would just also like to say that it's been great to be part of the Caelestinus program, and thank you for all the team for having us. So at HealthBridge AI, what are we doing? We're advancing healthcare with personalized, trusted and responsible AI. And what's the problem that we're solving? So as you've all heard, if you don't have your health, you have nothing. But what if the people and the doctors who we turn to for our health don't have theirs? In the US, 1 in 4 doctors are considering leaving the profession because of administrative burnout. And that's because for every 1 hour of time spent with a patient, they can spend up to 2 hours on admin work. And this is just not sustainable and causing immense amount of emotional, physical and administrative burnout for the doctors. So what's the solution? At HealthBridge AI, we've developed Jarvis MD. And Jarvis MD is an AI voice-to-text transcription service, and also basically transcribes in real time the speech to text during the doctor's consultation with the patient. So it saves them having to type as they're speaking with the patient. They can focus directly on them instead. On top of that, we're also an AI clinical co-pilot. So it takes into context the consultation details and then analyzes it and provides the doctor with clinical considerations during the consultation. This can reduce the doctor admin time by up to 70% and helps with both clinical efficiency and also time efficiency. As you can see from here, the summary note in the red section is where most AI scribes are working at. How we're different from most other AI scribes is that In the green sections, as you can see, we're providing a contextual patient history with the annotated transcription of the consultation. And then on the right-hand side, we're also giving the AI clinical recommendations that I spoke about before, and also the AI clinical co-pilot. And the AI clinical co-pilot is especially relevant for cases where the doctor has to do further complex research into the patient's case, and it gives the doctor up-to-date, contextualized, evidence-based recommendations, and also the chain of thought of how it came to that response, so the doctor can see the references and double check on the source of the information as well. Now I'd like to just show you a demo of how the software works. Thank you.
At HealthBridge AI, we're developing AI-powered solutions to solve the critical problems of administrative burden and burnout for doctors, as well as the lack of timely access to personalized health advice for patients. Founded by Dr. Nelson Lau, a specialist general practitioner with over 30 years' experience as a medical doctor and over 14 years of specific domain expertise in digital health, and his co-founder, CTO Minh Nguyen, an AI expert and ex-chief data officer at Vietnam's largest tech conglomerate, the HealthBridge AI team has an unfair advantage in the digital healthcare space. In phase 1 of our development, meet Jarvis MD, the cutting-edge AI solution that will help to transform healthcare. Using the latest AI technology, Jarvis MD accurately converts spoken words during the consultation into text in real time and intelligently summarizes the content, saving the doctor valuable time and streamlining patient record keeping.
I'd like to know where exactly you're experiencing the pain and what the character of the pain is like.
It's a burning pain in the top part of my chest here, and it's really painful. Yes, for sure. It's beating faster in the mornings.
Okay, so let me check your blood pressure and listen to your chest first. I'd like to do some tests to exclude any serious causes from your heart, but don't worry. We'll get initial results in a few hours.
The AI accurately labels and processes the doctor-patient transcript, generating a summary of the consultation and Jarvis MD's recommendations based on the latest evidence-based clinical guidelines, and can create referral letters in seconds. With its AI clinical co-pilot, Jarvis MD assists the doctor in managing complex diagnoses and decision-making, providing suggestions with the most reliable and up-to-date medical knowledge to help enhance clinical safety. Using the power of AI, patients will experience highly personalized care with Jarvis MD, as it is able to accurately predict and proactively address the patient's individual needs for a truly connected and efficient healthcare experience. By reducing administrative burden by up to 70%, Jarvis MD frees up valuable time for the doctor to allow them to see more patients, focus on other important tasks, and help prevent doctor burnout. Jarvis MD, the first step in empowering healthcare professionals to provide advanced healthcare to patients for a better tomorrow.
HealthBridge AI's Jarvis MD is proud to be partnering with InterSystems Iris for Health and will be fully integrated to embed our AI scribe and clinical co-pilot right inside your EHR.
Iris's FHIR HL7 interoperability and AI machine learning pipeline convert every consultation into structured data that auto-updates TrackCare, Epic, or any standards-based EHR, while clinicians get instant vector search, real-time guidance, and one-click documentation within their chart. The result: smarter decisions, faster workflows, and more time focused on patients.
What I love about Jarvis MD is that now I can leave on time.
I spend more time listening, not typing.
My notes are done before the patient walks out.
So what's the competitive landscape like at the moment? As you can see, there are many AI scribes on the market, and what I'm trying to also stress here is that out of all the other competitors, what's important to understand with what we're doing at HealthBridge AI with Jarvis MD is that we're not simply an AI scribe. And if we look at the evolutionary roadmap of where AI scribes are now, the first generation of AI scribes are basically focusing on the administrative feature with reducing administration time to save the doctor burnout. We've already been working on the second and third generation of technology in this space, which is the clinical decision support, where we reduce clinical errors to improve patient safety, and also the contextual clinical search engine, which reduces knowledge gaps to improve clinical management. And on top of that, we've already been working on 4th, 5th, and 6th generation technology in this space as well. So again, we're not simply an AI scribe, we're an AI clinical co-pilot. And our customer segments include group practices and hospitals, and also targeting allied health practices as well, and telehealth providers. With our business model, we have 3 tiers. We have the basic tier, which is a speech-to-text transcription. Then we have a standard tier, which is the basic tier, including the clinical recommendations and the clinical co-pilot. And then also we have a premium tier where we can fine-tune the chatbot model based on proprietary data sets that the client can provide to us, giving them a much more bespoke AI clinical chatbot. In terms of our market strategy, we're looking at starting in Southeast Asia and then Australia, and then from there looking at the UK, Europe, and then the US. Traction so far, we've been in multiple accelerator programs, including the NUS School of Medicine Accelerator Program and the Block 71 and Cyberport programs as well. We're in product development with several clinics and also hospitals overseas, and also we're in partnerships with Microsoft, IBM, InterSystems, and XAID as well. So what we're looking for at the moment is we're currently in a pre-seed round, and we're looking for investors who are interested in investing in AI clinical co-pilots, and also we're looking for clinics and hospitals who are interested in doing a pilot with us as well. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Really appreciate it, and sorry I can't be there today. And also I want to say again a huge thank you to the InterSystems and also the Caelestinus team for including us and selecting us for this program. Thank you.
Tomasz, are you on mute? We cannot hear you. Now it's better.
Excellent. So it looks like even the earphones died over the past 4 hours of pitching, but you survived those that made it till the end. So big bravo, big congratulations, and a big clap to you all, guys. Amazing. Thank you. Well, good news for those who are in Prague or can fly in within the next couple of hours. We still invite you to our little after party that is happening in person in Prague. And for the rest of you, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate, everybody. You can now proudly wear the Caelestinus badge on your websites, wherever. And you've been an amazing batch, to be honest. Some of you I met in person, and if I have not met you in person, I hope to meet you soon at some event. If you need help with hospitals, be it in the heart of Europe, in Czech Republic, or the US, or anywhere, you can reach out to me, or to Evgeny, or to the rest of Caelestinus and InterSystems team where we try to support you. I'm sure you've had a great time during the 4 months, and it would be good if you can spread the word around that already applications for the next year, next batch will be open. So, Evgeny, is there something else you'd like to say, like a farewell and goodbye?
Yes, sure. And I want to second Tomasz that this is again amazing Caelestinus group, and it's such a pleasure just communicating with you guys all these months during the workshops and all the program. So actually, we don't want to stop communication. Please join Caelestinus alumni group, and we would love to invite you, like, to share your expertise and insights in next Caelestinus batches that we do with previous generations of cohorts of Caelestinus. Despite of all the innovation, so one of the great outcomes I have every year with the Caelestinus is people. And thank you for being with us this Caelestinus 2025 cohort. It's a great pleasure working with you, to know you, working with you, and we wish you luck because you need it for all this innovation and entrepreneurship still. And we wish you implement all what you think, how you can change the future, change the way of things, and you have all our support.
Yeah, and maybe also I'd like to thank Peter, the manager of the whole Caelestinus incubation program, who's been behind the scenes and who's been on Discord and helped us plan and build and moderate and all that has been happening over the 4 months. So maybe Peter, if you could give us your impressions and say something to our Caelestini.
Yeah, sure. It's a great honor to be part of this, and I'm really sorry for myself and for everyone that we needed to do this virtually, not only because my back hurts after sitting all day, but also because I wanted to meet you all, but it's great to be this victim of a successful program that is being global. So everyone is sitting elsewhere. The program is going through the whole world, like from Singapore to Silicon Valley. So that's awesome, and it's great for myself. I learn a lot. I feel there is a lot of connections made through Caelestinus, and for me personally too. And I just wanted to express how grateful I am and how grateful I can be when everybody is putting a lot of energy into this. So with that, I want to thank not only our partners, InterSystems and everyone, but also startups, because working with you was really amazing this year. Thanks a lot. And of course, thank you, Evgeny and Tomas, because and Vita, of course, I do not want to forget about her, because you are the closest people I work with, and it's great to have these great colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. Yes, and I also want to thank Vita and Irina for making, and all the experts who supported workshops. Hope they made this Caelestinus useful for all the cohort, and maybe So Tomasz,
And sorry, maybe I will say one last thank you, and it's towards Deniek, because maybe it was perhaps until today he didn't know that he would be helping us with the stream, and I think he made a tremendous, great job. So thank you, Zdeněk, for that as well.
Well, yeah, it's all these thank you at the end, but they do it everywhere. They do it with the Oscars, and so we can't be exception. I thought that also Vita, if unless she's, I don't know, but she might also reveal herself and give us some of her feelings and impressions about the 2025 batch.
Hi, Tomasz. Yes, I'm here, but unfortunately I cannot turn on my camera because some circumstances, but I would like to say thank you to all of you guys. You've done a lot, and I was enjoying interacting with all of you. You're great, and I want to wish you great success. And if you need anything from InterSystems, if you would like to continue collaborating with us. You also can apply for InterSystem Startup Program, and we will try to find a way to help you and to get your success together. Thank you for this badge.
Well, thank you, Vita, and don't worry, we'll be sending out a recap email and also Discord post that will help you understand what you can do now. There is an alumni group on LinkedIn. You'll be invited to join that LinkedIn group, or you can already request invite. It's called Caelestinus Alumni, I think. And that's about it. It's very hot in here. We are all dehydrated and need to get some juices in to get the creative and innovative juices out soon. So have a great time, Celestini. Do good and do it well. And we will be here to support you on your further journey. So now you are proud Celestini, and we are so happy that we were part, maybe we will be part of your journey towards healthier and happier mankind. Bye, guys. Long live Caelestinus 2026.
Hey.
Thank you. Bye. See you.